Chapter 23-26. Little brother Rock, why don't you come to my Jiang family? An old man came and said to Du Xiaofu. After that, there were people from other families, such as Yao family, First family, Ji family, and other major families and forces who came forward and surrounded Du Xiaofu, hoping that Du Xiaofu would go. Without a doubt, they were trying to rope him in. Such a young supreme being had a boundless future. Whoever could rope him in would definitely be of great help to them in the near future. Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma, Lu Hongyu, and the others were still in a daze. They didn't expect that young man's talent to be so strong, and now he was also favored by various forces. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a place to go. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu smiled and tactfully rejected everyone, not being rude. Who? The major forces and families were puzzled. This Rock Emperor's words meant that he had already been roped in by a major force. Du Xiaofu arrived at the Lu family's group and asked Lu Mingma, Brother Mingma, does the Lu family have a place for us to stay for a few days? Lu Mingmo was startled. He was somewhat astonished. Soon after, he regained his senses and fiercely nodded. He said, of course. You can stay as long as you want. This guy wants to go to our Lu family. Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu were in a daze. The Lu family was nothing compared to the favor of all the major powers and major families. With this guy's talent, he could become the most important guest of any major family. He wouldn't have to worry about the Yu family finding trouble with him. But now, this guy actually wanted to go to the Lu family, which made Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu very surprised. They originally thought that the Lu family had no competition at all among the major forces and families. Why would such a supreme being reject the major forces and choose the Lu family? Then let's go, I'll disturb you for a few days. Du Xiaofu said to Lu Mingmo. If he went to the Sun clan, the Feng clan, and the other clans, it would indeed be safer. There was no need to fear the Yu clan at all. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear that the Feng clan, the Sun clan, and the other clans were full of experts. If he wanted to do anything, it would be too inconvenient. But if he went to the Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. As for his own safety, with that Renhuang speaking up, the Yu clan would more or less have some misgivings. Besides, even if Yu Bo really attacked again, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Come, let's go back. Haha. Lu Mingma was very happy. This brother of the Rock Emperor was very generous. He directly rejected the invitations of the various great clans and forces. He didn't say anything, but he chose the Lu clan. Looking at the various great clans and forces staring at each other, his mood was exceptionally good. Indeed, when they saw that the Jizuan cultivator was actually Lu Mingma, the experts from the various powers and clans were dumbfounded. That young man had actually rejected them and chose the mediocre Lu clan. More importantly, the relationship between the Lu clan and the Yu clan was extremely complicated. Let's go back and discuss. We must rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator. After that, the experts from the various great clans immediately left. They had to go back and discuss with the experts in their clans. They must think of a way to rope in such a young Jizuan cultivator, even if they had to pay a huge price. The examination in the square continued. It was bustling with noise and excitement again. Some of the young people were even more excited. They wanted to leave their names on the heaven ranking and get the treatment that the various great clans were fighting to rope in. In the main hall of the Lu clan. That bastard, he has caused trouble again. The head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping, felt mentally and physically exhausted. He originally thought that letting his son, Lu Mingma, rope in a few young people with potential would not cause any trouble. Anyway, those young people with top-notch talent would not take a fancy to the Lu clan. As long as he could rope in one or two geniuses, it would be good enough. However, Lu Qingping received news that his son, Lu Mingma, had quarreled with the people of the Lu clan again. This time, there were even deaths. Many experts of the Black Cavalry Corps who were related to the Yu clan were also killed. Moreover, his son, Lu Mingma, was walking together with that young man. Boom! In the depths of the sacred city, there was a huge fluctuation. A vast aura soared into the sky. There was a dazzling purple-gold light in the sky. A supreme martial artist has appeared. It has shaken the heaven ranking and the sacred city. Lu Qingping felt the movement. The vast aura came from the heaven ranking. A new supreme martial artist had appeared out of nowhere. Head of the clan, he is back. The young master is back. A moment later, someone rushed into the main hall, panting and looking nervous. That bastard is back. What's so surprising about that? Ask him to come to the main hall quickly. Lu Qingping said in a deep voice. At this moment, he wished he could kick that bastard a few times. In these troubled times, that bastard was still causing trouble everywhere. No, head of the clan, the young master and young mistress have brought Emperor Rock back. They are already at the door. The person who came said. He had followed them all the way to the sacred city. This was a matter of great importance, so he informed the head of the clan in advance. The young supreme martial artist that the various forces and clans were fighting for had now come to the Lu clan. He had to inform the head of the Lu clan immediately. Who is Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping couldn't remember such a person as Emperor Rock. In the larger clans and forces, there didn't seem to be anyone called Emperor Rock. There also didn't seem to be an expert called Emperor Rock among the human race. Emperor Rock. Not long ago, he was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. A young supreme martial artist has appeared out of nowhere. Young Master Mingma suppressed the various clans and forces and brought Emperor Rock to our Lu clan, the person who came said. He still couldn't calm down. Quick, welcome him. When Lu Qingping heard this, the shocked expression on his face lasted for a second. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the main hall. After that, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Qingping in the Lu clan. He knew that it was Lu Limo and Lu Mingma, Lu Yunma's father. Greetings to the head of the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and secretly sized up Lu Qingping. A man who could give birth to two supreme martial artists, Lu Limo and Lu Yunma, had an extraordinary temperament and looked very handsome. Little brother Emperor Rock is too polite. Your presence brings light to my Lu clan's humble dwelling. Lu Qingping's temperament was indeed extraordinary. He didn't lose the demeanor of the head of the Lu clan. He was secretly surprised that his bastard son actually brought such a young supreme martial artist to the Lu clan. He had finally done something that could make the Lu clan proud. If this spread out, the Lu clan would also gain a lot of face. I need to disturb the Lu clan for a few days. Du Xiaofu went straight to the point. He needed a quiet place to rest and hoped that he wouldn't be disturbed. No problem. Lu Qingping nodded and immediately arranged for Du Xiaofu to stay in a secluded courtyard. He also instructed the disciples of the Lu clan not to disturb him. I will be in seclusion for a day and will come out at this time tomorrow. Du Xiaofu entrusted Lin Pu and the rest of the Lin clan to Lu Mingma. Don't worry, it will be fine. Lu Mingma patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Pu and the rest. After that, Du Xiaofu set up a simple seal outside the courtyard and entered the room. He still had some things to do. Du Xiaofu had already secretly investigated the Lu family and found that there were no saints. Du Xiaofu called out the ancient desolate space. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Xiao Qing were still cultivating and comprehending. They had all made great progress. The demonic ape was still recovering, so Du Xiaofu did not disturb them. In the ancient desolate space, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a dazzling light. At that moment, his aura had also reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Master. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lin Feng, Lin Feng woke up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately stood up and bowed. His eyes were filled with gratitude. This time, he was able to break through to the martial emperor realm because of this master's help. Du Xiaofu looked at Lin Feng. With his age, cultivation, and talent, although he was not weak, he had seen the heaven list. He knew very well that with Lin Feng's current conditions, there were not many chances for him to leave his name on the heaven list. It was definitely not easy to enter the heaven list. Next, it will be very painful. You better be prepared. Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. He planned to use the holy body art to refine Lin Feng's body and increase its potential to the maximum. At that time, it would definitely be useful in the examination. Then, Du Xiaofu told him about the pain that the holy body art would bring. The holy body art was left behind by his master, the Holy Hand Emperor. It could refine a person's body like a spiritual weapon. It could even refine a talisman into a person's body. At the end of the refinement, the person's body could be comparable to a doctrine weapon, magic weapon, and holy weapon. The ancient jade had been broken, but with the holy body art, Lin Feng had been cultivating his body all these years. He was still extremely strong, surpassing many people. I'm ready. Lin Feng's eyes were resolute. In order to enter the holy palace, he was willing to do anything and endure any pain. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, a medicinal pill was given to Lin Feng. This was a body protection pill. It could protect the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the cultivator's body from high temperatures, preventing them from being completely incinerated. Lin Feng did not hesitate to take the pill. He had absolute trust in the young man in front of him. Boom! The void trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a spiritual furnace talisman cauldron suddenly condensed. A blazing aura surged and flames jumped out. It was accompanied by a vast and unparalleled pressure. There were electric arcs that shook people's souls. Under the terrifying pressure, Lin Feng's heart trembled and his mind rippled. He almost wanted to crawl and tremble. He was secretly shocked. The lord in front of him was clearly a terrifying spiritual talisman master. I will now refine your body. This process is extremely dangerous. If you can't resist, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. The final result will depend on your own luck. Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. I will definitely be able to resist. Yes. Lin Feng was very resolute. He jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. As soon as his body jumped into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. The instant his clothes came into contact with the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, they turned to ashes under the high temperature. The raging flames burned his body, making his hair stand on end. Even his hair was immediately burned to ashes. When this kind of high temperature entered his body, not only his skin, but even the depths of his soul suddenly felt a burning pain. His soul seemed to be completely evaporated by the high temperature. Lin Feng's skin shriveled up due to the scorching pain, producing a zzz sound. Fortunately, the body protection pill that Lin Feng had just consumed had taken effect in his body. A strong medicinal effect spread throughout his body, covering his internal organs and resisting the high temperature that was seeping in and causing fatal damage to his internal organs. However, this kind of high temperature still made his internal organs, bones, muscles, cells, and blood vessels twitch violently. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Du Xiaofu was controlling the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Given his current cultivation, no accident would happen. But it all depended on Lin Feng. If he could endure it and surpass his limits, then the body refined by the saint body art would be even more effective. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, waves of white divine light spread out from his body, causing the space to tremble. Du Xiaofu began to forge Lin Feng's physical body according to the holy body art. Everything was done with ease. Surrounded by the raging flames inside the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, Lin Feng's body burst out with white smoke. Clearly, some impurities were burned out, turning into ashes in the raging flames. But in this process, Lin Feng ended up screaming miserably. The skin all over his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the raging flames. This kind of pain was indescribable and indescribable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it. But Lin Feng clenched his teeth and forcibly resisting this kind of inhuman pain. His eyes were overflowing with blood, causing anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. For the Lin family village, I must succeed. I must pass the test and stay in the temple. Lin Feng warned himself in his heart. He must succeed, must become a powerhouse, and protect the reputation of the Lin family village, and protect his grandfather. Du Xiaofu was somewhat surprised. Lin Feng's endurance was no less than that of the ancient jade at the same level. He even deliberately increased the intensity. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and endured. His internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were all twitching under the high temperature. His body began to emit sizzling smoke from the high temperature, then spread out from his nostrils, mouth, ears, and even eyes. But under this kind of pain and torture, Lin Feng's body also underwent a huge change. His entire body began to emit a kind of luster, as if he had been poured with metal, giving off a feeling of explosive power. Since that's the case, I'll do my best. Let's see what happens to you. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and he began the next step. Mysterious runes suddenly spread out rapidly, and some special talisman arrays and secret techniques of beast energy were engraved on Lin Feng's body. Du Xiaofu had a good impression of Lin Feng, so he would do his best. As for what level Lin Feng would ultimately transform to, that would depend on his own luck. The arrangement of talisman arrays and secret beast techniques required the burning of spiritual fire from spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, and engraving them in the depths of one's bones. Only then could these talisman arrays and secret beast techniques fuse with one's body. And this process was incomparably complicated, and a huge project. But for the current Du Xiaofu, it was a piece of cake. Only to Lin Feng, this was even more miserable than the burning pain he had just faced. That kind of secret beast techniques and talisman arrays engraved in the depths of one's bones was even more unbearable than the pain of having one's bones scraped. Chapter 23-27. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. In the ancient desolate space, another heart-shaking wail came out. Du Xiaofu's talisman runes landed on the surface of Lin Feng's body, carrying energy light and electric arcs. They covered Lin Feng's body densely with talisman runes before disappearing. During this process, as the talisman runes entered Lin Feng's body, energy fluctuations began to spread within his body. This energy fluctuation was extremely mysterious. It seemed to be able to communicate with and absorb the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, finally gathering in Lin Feng's body. Time continued to pass slowly, and Lin Feng kept screaming. Effort and reward were basically proportional. At this moment, Lin Feng still hadn't fully realized what he had received. He didn't know how terrifying the sacred body art was. Using this method to transform was equivalent to being reborn from the ashes. He had stepped onto a new martial path. In the near future, he would sweep through all directions and leave his name in this world. In the Lu family's main hall, the atmosphere was very oppressive and awkward. At this moment, Lu Qingping, Lu Mingma, Lu Hongyu, Lu Yunma, and many of the Lu family's experts and elders were present in the main hall. These Lu family's elders and experts were all alarmed when they heard that Lu Mingma had roped in a young supreme being. When everyone learned that the Rock Emperor had killed many Yu clan experts and members of the Black Cavalry Regiment, some of their expressions turned serious. Not to mention the complicated relationship between the Lu family and the Yu family, and the possibility of a marriage alliance, even under normal circumstances, offending the Yu family for this young supreme being was undoubtedly the same as offending the Yu family. The Yu family would definitely not let this matter rest. For a young supreme being who had yet to mature, it was equivalent to making the Yu family their enemy. No matter how this was calculated, it wasn't worth it. In the main hall, the Lu family's experts and elders also had complicated expressions. This time, Yu Ming is almost certain to get the position of human sovereign. In the entire human race, only Yu Ming is the best match for Li Mo, said a Lu family expert. This is definitely not what the Yu family wants. If Li Mo goes to the Yu family, our Lu family will also be suppressed. Do you think the Yu family will watch Li Mo become stronger than Yu Ming? Said an elder of the Lu family. The hall was abuzz with discussion. Some people supported the marriage with the Yu family, some opposed it, and some remained neutral. We can't stop it now. Li Mo has already said that if Yu Ming can get the position of Ren Huang, she is willing to agree, said a middle-aged woman. The Lu clan couldn't change anything now. The Yu family wants to kill that young man. If he stays in the Lu family, even if Li Mo marries into the Yu family, her life in the Yu family won't be easy. Leaving the Rock Emperor in the Lu clan was undoubtedly going against the Yu clan. When the time came, even if the Lu clan and the Yu clan had a marriage alliance, the Yu clan would still bear a grudge against them. That young man is quite extraordinary, but he killed the Black Knight Corps and the Yu family's people. The human emperor has said that he will be judged by the new emperor. If Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I'm afraid the consequences will be dire. We won't be able to protect him. Someone from the Lu family said. Once Yu Ming became the new emperor, how could the Yu family let the Peng emperor go? Send him out of the Lu clan. It's still not too late. My Lu clan has Glass Desert and Yunma. Why would we need to rope in a young paragon with a bleak future? Someone from the Lu clan said. Leaving that young man in the Lu clan was not a wise choice. It would have a huge impact on the Lu clan. Are you that afraid of the Yu family? You're even willing to sacrifice my sister's happiness. How ridiculous. Lu Mingma laughed. She was very disappointed. She got up and left. Lu Qingping wanted to stop Lu Mingma, but he hesitated. In the end, he didn't speak. Disperse. I will think about this matter carefully, Lu Qingping said to the Lu clan's elders and cultivators in the main hall. Clan head, please reconsider. In the main hall, everyone left. Yunma, what do you think? Lu Qingping asked his daughter, Lu Yunma, who was left behind. Father, sister doesn't want to marry into the Yu family, Lu Yunma said. She was still too young and knew that there were many things that she couldn't say. She left after that. Lu Qingping was deep in thought. He looked a little disappointed and haggard. The void in the main hall fluctuated. An old man appeared. He looked very old, but his eyes were full of spirit. Uncle. Lu Qingping got up and bowed. This was the Lu clan's strongest cultivator. He was about to step into the Saint Plane. Elder Lu sat down and said to Lu Qingping, you have 3 good children. Li Mo and Yunma are the pride of the Lu clan. Although Mingma is naughty, she is still young. In the future, she will definitely bear the burden of the Lu clan. After a pause, Elder Lu continued, I already know everything. After living for so long, I have some insight. That Yu Ming is indeed not the right person for Li Mo. Uncle, you mean? Lu Qingping asked. But our Lu clan doesn't have much choice now. If the new emperor's position didn't fall on Yu Ming, then everything wouldn't be so troublesome, Elder Lu said. Old Lu said. His aged face was slightly solemn. How could he not know that among the younger generation, other than Li Mo, there was no one else who could compete with Yu Ming? Li Mo had suffered a heavy blow this time, and the heavens did not bless the Lu family. The number 1 hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, and the others, seems to be unable to compete with Yu Ming. Lu Qingping's eyes darkened. He knew that Yu Ming's talent and strength were only below Liu Mo. In terms of true strength, Yu Ming had the entire Yu clan behind him. He was even more unfathomable. It's not the end yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If this is the will of the heavens, then it is also destined, Elder Lu said. Uncle, what should we do with that young Emperor Rock? Lu Qingping asked. The impact of this decision was too great. He needed to listen to Elder Lu's opinion. That young man seems to be not simple. His title is Purple and Gold. It is unique. It seems to have some kind of extraordinariness. The people of the major clans are all trying to rope him in. If the Yu clan wants to kill such a sovereign, it will be difficult to cover the sky with one hand. Elder Lu got up and said to Lu Qingping, "You are now the head of the Lu clan. You should make your own decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu left. As time passed, the news in the sacred city had spread completely. A young sovereign named Emperor Rock had appeared out of nowhere. The news that he was ranked 5th on the heaven list had also spread to every corner of the human clan. What? There's such a young man. He's not from the major clans. He's actually so talented. A young man named Emperor Rock has appeared out of nowhere. He has suppressed many young sovereigns and shocked the sacred city, drawing out many saints. All kinds of news continued to ferment and spread to the entire human clan. It shocked everyone and caused a violent reaction. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in the barren ancient space, using the holy body technique to forge a physical body for Lin Feng. He didn't know anything about the outside world, nor was he interested in knowing. His only goal was to enter the sacred palace and settle the score with the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu had done the test on the heaven list intentionally. The sacred city was not a place where the Yu clan could cover the sky with one hand. Du Xiaofu thought that if he could be valued by all parties, then the Yu clan would not have the chance to act against him. Everything was as he had expected. Walala, in front of Du Xiaofu, inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, a body wrapped in the energy of heaven and earth was sitting cross-legged. His naked body was faintly visible, but his whole body was faintly emitting a fierce aura. Who, seeing the body wrapped in energy inside the spiritual stove talisman cauldron, Du Xiaofu let out a deep breath and smiled. The holy body technique could be considered a success, but what would happen next would depend on Lin Feng's good fortune. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was very clear that in terms of the holy body technique, Lin Feng had obtained far more benefits than the ancient jade. When the ancient jade holy body technique was used to forge Lin Feng's body, Du Xiaofu's cultivation was not high, and the talisman arrays and beast energy secret techniques he had mastered were not particularly powerful. But at this moment, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation level and foundation, the effects of the holy body technique of crack could be imagined. Du Xiaofu was the only one who knew that Lin Feng's body was covered with several powerful talisman arrays and many supreme beast energies. So, he had to comprehend the mysteries of those talisman arrays by himself. His future achievements would be limitless if he could comprehend them thoroughly. Help people to the end, help them to the end. Let's continue. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. What he wanted to do had been completed, but since he had already helped, he would help to the end. Although the purple thunder profound cauldron was no longer on him, and he could not use the purple gold profound bomb, he had comprehended the purple gold profound bomb for a long time, and also had the purple thunder profound cauldron for a long time. He had comprehended the mysteries of thunder and lightning, and he had the thunder martial vein. He wanted to try using the thunder martial vein to temper Lin Feng's body and upgrade his martial vein. Although he did not know whether he would succeed or not, Du Xiaofu wanted to give it a try. He was not convinced by the old village head's request, and he wanted to return the favor of the Lin family village. Boom! The ancient barren space shook, and the sound of lightning and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein and used the mysteries of thunder and lightning. In an instant, thunderclouds covered the sky, and a vast and unparalleled aura descended. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the evening glow covered the sky. Inside the Lu family, the scenery was picturesque. Spiritual mountains overlapped, and it was like a fairyland. At this moment, the Lu family's gate was as busy as a marketplace. People from all the major forces and families had come to visit, but in fact, they all wanted to see Emperor Rock. Emperor Rock is in seclusion. He said that he will come out tomorrow, and we can't disturb him. Those who came were all from the major forces, and there were several half-saints among them. Lu Qingping had to come out personally. However, the major forces did not believe Lu Qingping's words. They thought that the Lu family did it on purpose, as they did not want the young paragon to be seen by everyone. They were afraid that the major forces and families would fight over him. Even though the various large clans and powers had tried their best to invite him to join their clans, all of them had failed. However, the various large clans and powers didn't give up. After all, it was worth it to pay a price to rope in such an exalted being. After all, such a young exalted being had appeared out of nowhere, possessed such natural talent, and possessed the strength to kill overlord realm cultivators. There was definitely a supreme expert hiding behind him. Once they could rope him in, their clans and powers would gain a terrifying boost in strength. Okay, then we will come again tomorrow. The people from the major forces and families said, not believing Lu Qingping's words at all. They would come again tomorrow and see what the Lu family could say then. Lu Qingping was helpless and could only smile bitterly. If the Lu family had the foundation of the Sun family, the Ren family, and the Yao family, such a young paragon in the Lu family would be more than welcome. They would not have to fear the Yu family at all. However, with the Lu family's current foundation, if they kept such a young paragon who had a deep hatred for the Yu family, it would be a blessing or a curse. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. At the center of the holy city, the square was still bustling with noise and excitement. The light was as bright as day, and many young people were still being tested. A few more young people passed the test and left their names on the heaven ranking, causing an uproar. There was another paragon. Although his ranking was not high, it still shook the holy city, causing the major forces and families to fight to rope him in. The Yu family. The main hall was quiet. Yu Bol sat upright. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the Lin family to still be able to struggle. If I had known, I would have wiped them out directly. That kid is not simple. We must find a way to deal with him. Grandfather, there is no need to worry. 2 days later, that kid will be dead for sure. Yu Ming's gold-threaded cloak fluttered slightly. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. He was in a good mood. After 2 days, he would soar into the sky. At that time, everything would be settled. That person called Emperor Rock would not be able to cause any trouble. The closer it is to this moment, the more we cannot be careless. Yu Bol's expression softened. He looked at Yu Ming and said, before the final outcome, we cannot be careless. The Sun family, the Ren family, and the First family will not give up. The first hero, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, Feng Wuxia, and the others, I know their strength very well. They are not much of a threat. I have been preparing for so long and have been waiting patiently. They cannot stop me. Yu Ming was very confident. No one could stop him. The new human emperor would be him. At that time, he would soar into the sky and become the leader of the human race. This time, the heavens are helping us. Lu Limo is seriously injured. She is no longer a threat. Yu Bol smiled and said, when you become the human emperor, Lu Limo can only agree to join the Yu family. The holy temple will not be able to say anything. After everything is settled, the Lin family village and that Emperor Rock will be dealt with slowly. Let them live for a few more days. The position of the human emperor will belong to no one but me. Yu Ming looked at the moon. His eyes were like lightning. He was confident and arrogant. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the ancient desolate space. Purple lightning filled the entire space, and rumbling sounds of thunder resounded incessantly. Du Xiaofu activated the profound meaning of lightning and the thunder martial vein. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He helped Lin Feng refine his physical body and improve his martial vein. This was the first time Du Xiaofu was enlightened by the purple lightning profound cauldron. The result was very smooth. Du Xiaofu succeeded. Although the effect was not as strong as the purple gold profound bomb, it was not much different. Under the thunder martial vein, there was an indescribable pressure. It made Lin Feng's martial vein have a supreme pressure. The process was very long. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, Du Xiaofu did not need to spend much effort. However, it required a lot of patience. Time passed by slowly. When he was about to succeed, the dazzling purple lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes faded away. The rumbling thunder and lightning in the sky also faded away. Everything calmed down and settled down. Crackle, crackle, Lin Feng was still seated cross-legged. At this moment, there was an additional purple-gold color on his physical body, as though it had a metallic texture. Traces of purple-colored electric arcs shuttled across the surface of his body. His physical body seemed to contain a volcano that was filled with an explosive feeling. Phew, Du Xiaofu retracted his hand seal and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He had done everything. The next thing was entirely up to Lin Feng. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem to leave his name on the heaven list. As for how far Lin Feng could go in the future and how strong he could become in the future, even Du Xiaofu himself was unable to estimate it. That would depend on Lin Feng's comprehension ability and the opportunities he would encounter in the future. Even so, Lin Feng had broken out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. He had refined Lin Feng's body using the holy body art and the thunder martial vein. Although it did not consume much energy, Du Xiaofu was in the holy city and could change at any time. It was better to keep himself in peak condition at all times. Peace was restored in the ancient barren space. Only purple lightning flashed on Lin Feng's body from time to time, emitting crackling sounds. Because of the holy body art, Lin Feng's eyebrows and eyelashes had all turned into ashes. His black hair had also disappeared. He looked like a monk, but the top of his head was covered with runes. The runes gave off a metallic purple-gold color, giving people a sense of mystery. On his body, mysterious talisman patterns fluctuated. Lin Feng's eyebrows and black hair, which had turned into ashes, began to grow back slowly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he regained his original appearance. Immediately after, Lin Feng's eyelids trembled slightly and he opened his eyes. A dazzling light filled the air and rushed out from his metallic body. An invisible fierce aura that was incomparably sharp shook the void. Lin Feng's mind looked inside and checked everything in his body. Feeling all the changes in his body, Lin Feng's eyes trembled and he revealed an incredible look of surprise. Study the runes and the beast's secret technique on your body well. How far you can go in the future depends on yourself. Du Xiaofu woke up and looked at Lin Feng. Feeling everything on Lin Feng's body, he was quite satisfied. The effect seemed to be much better than he had imagined. Qi La, Lin Feng knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. He did not care about his naked body. His eyes were filled with tears and he kept kowtowing. At this moment, he was very clear about the great benefits he had received, and it was all because of the person in front of him. Get up, said Du Xiaofu. Lin Feng has a request. If Sir doesn't agree, Lin Feng will not get up. Lin Feng did not get up. He had a request. Speak. Du Xiaofu was surprised. Sir, please accept Lin Feng as your disciple. Lin Feng has nothing to repay you with. From now on, Lin Feng is willing to follow master. Lin Feng was still kowtowing. He was not stupid. How could someone who could give him such benefits unconditionally be simple? Chapter 23-28. Du Xiaofu smiled and asked doubtfully, didn't you want to enter the divine temple to cultivate? Entering the divine temple to cultivate will not affect my apprenticeship. If I can enter the divine temple this time, I am still willing to follow you after the divine temple, Lin Feng said. But I have no intention of taking in a disciple. Get up, the divine temple is not simple. If you enter the divine temple, you may be able to find a good master, Du Xiaofu said. He had no intention of taking in a disciple. I know that I am born stupid. If I can't become your disciple, I am willing to follow you. I am even willing to be your follower. I beg of you, sir. Lin Feng pleaded firmly. He was afraid that the master in front of him did not like his talent. He was willing to be his follower. It was also to repay the kindness of tempering his body. Sigh, Du Xiaofu was helpless. This guy was really determined. He sighed and said, I really have no intention of taking in a disciple. If you are willing, you can be a disciple in name first. Thank you, master. Disciple Lin Feng greets master. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. A disciple in name was still a disciple. He immediately kowtowed 9 times. Alright, get up. I don't know if being my disciple in name is a blessing or a curse. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. I am willing to follow you, master, Lin Feng said. It's about time. Let's go out. Du Xiaofu said. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Otherwise, Lin Feng would miss the test time. However, when Du Xiaofu exited the desolate ancient space, he immediately sensed that there were many experts outside the seal. There were even many Saint Realm experts among them. After putting away the seal, Du Xiaofu appeared. The first person he saw was the Lu family head, Lu Qingping, who was overjoyed. Rock Emperor, you have finally come out. Lu Qingping heaved a sigh of relief. He had been standing on pins and needles. God knew that many experts of the Sage Realm had come early in the morning. They had already waited until noon. Du Xiaofu was impolite. He glanced around and saw an old man beside Lu Qingping. They had met before when he used the disguise divine spell. It was this old man who went to greet Lu Limo. He was a half-saint. Then, Du Xiaofu was surprised. There were many half-saints and even saint-level cultivators present. He had seen some of them in the square yesterday. Little brother Rock Emperor, these are all experts from the various great clans. They are all here to see you. Lu Qingping introduced the cultivators. They were all cultivators from the major clans. They were all famous in the human clan. Several of them were in the Saint Realm, but they were all at the initial level of the Saint Realm. Du Xiaofu greeted them. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was neither rude nor humble. The people from the major clans and forces had come with the same purpose. They hoped that Du Xiaofu could be a guest. This was equivalent to roping him in. Once Du Xiaofu went, it would undoubtedly mean that they were close to him. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely visit you next time. Du Xiaofu declined politely. Everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's attitude was quite firm. It seemed that he was determined to stay in the Lu family. They had no choice but to leave. Du Xiaofu pointed to Lin Feng beside him and said to the experts of the major clans and forces present, Seniors, I have a registered disciple who has not passed the test yet. If you are on the way, you can take him to test his talent. This. Little friend, please don't joke around. Everyone was astonished. But soon after, they smiled and left after exchanging some pleasantries. After all, they were all strong cultivators and would not do something so shameless. And with their status, it was naturally not appropriate to take someone else's registered disciple to test his talent. But there was one person who did not leave. It was a middle-aged woman of the Saint realm from the Jiang family. She looked very kind. The middle-aged woman wanted to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. Du Xiaofu was very polite. After all, she was a Saint realm cultivator who had come to the Lu family in person. In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu met the Saint realm cultivator of the Jiang family. He was not arrogant and was very polite. Du Xiaofu was the kind of person who would return the favor tenfold. "Young man, your talent is extraordinary and your future is limitless. Our Jiang family values you very much. Where did you come from?" The Saint realm cultivator of the Jiang family asked in a roundabout way, hoping to learn about Du Xiaofu's background. It would be strange if such a young man did not have a background. "My master does not like worldly affairs and has always been a wild crane. He also told me not to say much," Du Xiaofu replied, and did not say much. The middle-aged woman didn't ask any more questions and appeared to be very easygoing. However, she felt more and more that this young man was neither servile nor overbearing in front of her. His every move revealed an invisible aura that even made her secretly tremble. The person behind this was definitely not simple. Perhaps he was a peerless expert who had been hiding in the human race. "Young man, are you married?" the middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Her eyes were deep and her face was kind. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. Indeed, he was not married. He shook his head. "That's good." The middle-aged woman seemed very happy. She looked carefully at Du Xiaofu and seemed to be more and more satisfied. She said, "To be honest, I like you very much. Among the young people of the human clan, you can be ranked among the top. I have a descendant who is about the same age as you. She is also a famous beauty with good talent and is ranked in the celestial ranking. How about you two become husband and wife?" Ah, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He could deal with everything, but he did not expect this middle-aged woman to come here to talk about marriage. "Don't be nervous. Think about it carefully. I can guarantee that my descendant is very beautiful and has countless suitors in the sacred city. But a beauty with a supreme being is very suitable for you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see her in person," the middle-aged woman said with a smile. "Well, I'm afraid that no one will look down on me." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. "No, when I came out this time, I asked her about it. She saw you yesterday and has already given her heart to you," the middle-aged woman said. The middle-aged woman said. Of course, some of her words weren't true. However, she was very sure that there wouldn't be any problems as long as she went back and told them. It was undoubtedly the best choice for this young man to marry a member of the Jiang family. Du Xiaofu pondered, then turned his eyes and asked the middle-aged woman, "Senior, are you talking about Jiang Yiting?" Well, the middle-aged woman was stunned and said, "No, but compared to Yiting, she is definitely not much worse." "That's a pity." Du Xiaofu pretended to be disappointed. With Jiang Yiting's status in the Jiang clan, the Jiang clan would not casually take her out to rope him in. At that time, he would not have to directly reject the Jiang clan's experts and make them unhappy. The middle-aged woman pondered. It turned out that the other party had taken a fancy to Yiting, and Yiting had always been regarded as a match made in heaven with the number one hero. The number one hero was ranked third on the heaven ranking, and he had the entire number one clan behind him. "Senior, is Jiang Yiting married? I think it would be great if it was her." Du Xiaofu knew that his words were effective and said to the middle-aged woman. Jiang Yiting seemed to be a match made in heaven with the number one hero, so the Jiang clan would not use Jiang Yiting to rope him in. "Young man, Yiting's status in the Jiang clan is very special. If you are really interested in her, it is not impossible. I will go back and help you talk to them, and then I will give you an answer. The middle-aged woman said to Du Xiaofu. She did not directly reject, but also did not agree. She was ambiguous, and it was easy to advance or retreat. Then, she got up and prepared to leave. If Senior is interested, I have a registered disciple at the door. Her talent should be considered to be barely enough. She is a good match for the descendant that Senior mentioned just now. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, as for me, I am only in love with Miss Jiang Yiting. Young man, don't joke around. That young man is still young, not at the age of marriage. I will go back and discuss Yiting's matter properly. The middle-aged woman had seen Lin Feng before, and at this moment, she thought that Du Xiaofu was joking. He was only in love with Jiang Yiting, and it was impossible for him to marry the descendant of the heaven ranking to his registered disciple. Even if she agreed, the Jiang clan would not agree. After that, the middle-aged woman left, and the head of the Lu clan personally sent her out. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had finally sent away such a true saint. However, just when Du Xiaofu thought that he was free, another person came. It was the old half-step true saint from the Lu clan who came personally to accompany him. Du Xiaofu recognized this person. He was an acquaintance of his. He was the head of Biluo City, Sun Yi of the Sun clan, an initial true saint. Greetings, City Lord. Du Xiaofu was very polite. He had a good impression of the Sun clan. In the public square, the half-step true saint from the Sun clan, Sun Bufan, had also helped him. No need to be so polite, let's talk alone. Sun Yi spoke, also wanting to talk to Du Xiaofu alone. The old half-step true saint from the Lu clan tactfully left, allowing Sun Yi and Du Xiaofu to talk alone. Back then, I already felt that little friend was extraordinary. Who would have thought that you would amaze the entire human race with a single brilliant feat? This is truly worthy of celebration. Sun Yi smiled, and was very polite. I still have to thank City Lord for your help. Du Xiaofu replied. Little friend, I will get straight to the point. I wonder if little friend is married? Sun Yi asked directly. Nope. Du Xiaofu shook his head, and secretly guessed that the Sun clan wouldn't want to rope him in like the Jiang clan, right? That's great, that's really great. Sun Yi slapped his knee and was very happy. He said to Du Xiaofu, little friend, have you met Sun Qin from the Sun clan? She is ranked 4th on the heaven ranking. Her talent is extraordinary, and she is also devastatingly beautiful. Yes, I have. Du Xiaofu nodded. She was indeed extraordinary. Her appearance was outstanding, and her temperament was extraordinary. This time, I am here to bring good news. Sun Qin has also reached the age of marriage. I wonder if little friend is interested in marrying into the Sun clan. Sun Yi spoke with a face full of smiles. Marrying into the Sun clan, especially with Sun Qin, was something that countless young talents in the human race wished for. Whether it was Sun Qin's talent and beauty, or the background of the entire Sun clan behind her, they were all things that the young talents of the human race couldn't refuse. Presumably, this young man called Emperor Rock in front of him was also enough to tempt him. Marrying into the Sun clan. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the Sun clan to be so willing to take out Sun Qin. However, marrying into the Sun clan would be difficult for others to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord, but this is no small matter. I'm afraid I can't agree first. I need some time to think about it. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He couldn't refuse directly. It wasn't that he had any thoughts in his heart, but he had to take the Sun clan's face into consideration. If he refused directly, it would be a little inappropriate. Sun Yi was very surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him didn't seem to be tempted by such conditions. Okay, I hope little friend will think about it soon. Sun Yi didn't say anything more. He couldn't offer a better condition. He was still very polite. Then, he bid farewell and left. City Lord, I have an unnamed disciple outside. His talent is not bad, but he hasn't passed the test yet. If City Lord is on the way back, why don't you bring him for the test? Du Xiaofu said to Sun Yi. This, Sun Yi was puzzled. He was a Saint Realm cultivator, one of the top experts in the human race. This young man actually asked him for such a small matter. Okay, it's on the way. But soon after, Sun Tian nodded and agreed to Du Xiaofu's request. The more he interacted with Du Xiaofu, the more he felt that this young man gave him an increasingly unfathomable feeling. Bringing his unnamed disciple for the examination was as easy as putting down his pride. He would just treat it as leaving a good impression on the Sun clan. Thank you very much, City Lord. Du Xiaofu thanked him sincerely. Lin Feng was from the Lin village. If the test results were out, the Yu clan might do something. If the Sun clan Saint Realm cultivator was there was no need to fear. Then, Du Xiaofu handed Lin Feng to Sun Yi and transmitted his voice to Lin Feng's ear, saying, do your best. The result will depend on your luck. If you are lucky enough, you will be able to leave a good position on the heaven ranking. If City Lord Sun Yi has any requests, you can agree. Whoosh, whoosh, the head of the Lu clan, Lu Qingping, and old Lu personally sent Sun Yi off. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. They didn't expect that so many Saint Realm cultivators from various clans and forces would come to rope him in. I've troubled the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu cupped his fist and said to old Lu and Lu Qingping. These 2 days, the disturbances from various clans and forces must have caused a lot of trouble for the Lu clan. Brother Rock, you can stay in the Lu clan. Our Lu clan doesn't deserve you, but don't worry. You can stay as long as you want, Lu Qingping said. This was also a kind of statement. Such a young Saint Realm cultivator gave him a different feeling. Perhaps, he would bring some changes to the Lu clan's current predicament in the future. Thank you, Clan Lord. Du Xiaofu said. He looked around and only saw Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu. He didn't see Lu Mingmo. He was a little surprised and asked, where is brother Mingmo? This child, I don't know where he went. He probably couldn't stay any longer and went out to cause trouble. Lu Qingping was helpless. It was normal for Lu Mingmo to not be in the Lu clan. Du Xiaofu didn't ask further. Then, he asked, I want to know some things about entering the Divine Palace. Can I trouble Clan Lord to tell me a little? That's simple. Lu Qingping nodded and called Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma over. He said to Du Xiaofu, they all know. Brother Rock, what do you want to know? You can ask. Then, Lu Qingping and old Lu left. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma told Du Xiaofu about the Divine Palace. I heard that the Sun clan and the Jiang clan both want to find someone to marry you. Is that true? Seeing her father and old Lu walking away, Lu Yunma raised her head and stared at Du Xiaofu with her bright eyes. She wasn't shy at all. Of course. I'm a peerless genius, and I'm also graceful and elegant. Naturally, they'd want to give their beauties to me, Du Xiaofu said confidently. Tisk, Lu Yunma rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu from top to bottom. This guy was wearing shabby clothes. Although he had some temperament, he was extremely arrogant and prideful. Then, did you agree? Lu Hongyu was a little curious. Of course not. The Sun clan wants me to marry into their family. How can I be that kind of person? Isn't that the same as me, a man, marrying into the Sun clan? Of course not, Du Xiaofu shook his head and said. Hee. Hearing this, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh, swaying back and forth. What about the Jiang clan? Lu Yunma couldn't help but laugh. She almost couldn't breathe. Jiang Yiting is the only one in the Jiang clan who can accept it. However, it seems that the Jiang clan isn't willing, Du Xiaofu said with some regret. Of course. Jiang Yiting and the number one hero have always been childhood sweethearts. Many people think that they are a match made in heaven. Do you think that you can be stronger than the number one hero? Lu Yunma continued to roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was really courageous. He actually wanted Jiang Yiting. The number one hero. He's not as handsome as me. He's too weak. I'm too lazy to compete with him. I don't want to bully him, Du Xiaofu said. Shameless, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma could only feel helpless. This guy was really arrogant. Alright, I'll ask some questions. I've heard about the examination stone. When can I go to the sacred palace to comprehend it? Du Xiaofu asked. This was his real purpose. He wanted to enter the sacred palace. This time, the sacred palace's examination for the younger generation will end tonight. Tomorrow is the most important event for the entire human race. The competition for the new emperor. The day after tomorrow, you can go directly to the sacred palace. At that time, the people on the heaven ranking can enter the sacred palace at any time to comprehend everything. Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu with some worry and said, but you have to be careful. You've offended the Yu clan. When Yu Ming becomes the new emperor, I think that the Yu clan won't let you go. In fact, it's not bad for you to marry into the Sun clan. If you become a member of the Sun clan, then the Yu clan won't be able to deal with you. Du Xiaofu smiled and asked, I wonder how the new emperor is chosen. What are the requirements? You don't even know this? Lu Yunma was very puzzled. It seemed that there was no one in the entire human race who didn't know. All 3 chapters are super chapters. Finished today. Chapter 23-29. Immediately, Lu Yunma informed Du Xiaofu that every 100 years, the human emperor would be chosen again. There were conditions to become the human emperor. Firstly, one had to be a sovereign on the heaven ranking. Geniuses didn't qualify. Secondly, one had to obtain the human emperor's seal. Tomorrow, there will be a battle between the sovereigns. Whoever obtains the human emperor's seal will be the new human emperor. Lu Hongyu said to Du Xiaofu. Does fighting for the human emperor's seal depend on strength? Du Xiaofu asked. He guessed that the human emperor's seal might be something similar to He Jinlong's imperial jade seal. In the direction of the sacred palace, there was a strong imperial palace dragon chi. Even in the sacred city, one could feel the imperial palace dragon chi. Of course, strength is important. But it is said that in addition to strength, one also needs the human emperor's physique to obtain the human emperor's seal. Otherwise, it will be difficult to obtain the human emperor's seal. Lu Yunma said. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled. He had a rough understanding. If there were no accidents, he would be able to enter the sacred palace the day after tomorrow. If he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, that would be the best thing. Do you want to fight for the human emperor's seal tomorrow? Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. This guy was ranked 5th on the heaven ranking. He had a lot of potential and opportunities. Lu Yunma was looking forward to it. If there was a miracle, if this mysterious guy could obtain the human emperor's seal, then her sister wouldn't need to marry Yu Ming. I'm not interested. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He only came to this fearsome ground to look for opportunities. He had no interest in the human emperor's seal. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this fearsome ground. What a strange person. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma looked at each other. This guy was really strange. He wasn't interested in the human emperor's seal. After chatting for a while, Du Xiaofu returned to the secluded courtyard arranged by the Lu family. He looked at the direction of the testing stone in the square. Du Xiaofu was also curious about the result of Lin Feng's test. He wondered what level Lin Feng's overall potential and talent would reach after his martial veins were refined and improved by the sacred body technique, Thunder Martial Vein, and Thunder Ultimacy. At dusk, half of the sky was covered by burning clouds. Boom! Suddenly, at the center of the holy city, a trembling sound came from the direction of the testing stone. A bright purple light gushed out, shaking the entire holy city. Rumble! In the void, there was even a rumbling sound that sounded like the sound of the heavens. At this moment, the entire square was silent. On the heaven ranking on the testing stone, a purple light shone brightly. A new name called Lin Feng rose up like a purple sun, illuminating half of the sky. Rays of light shot up into the heavens, illuminating the heavens. Lin Feng's name landed on the 8th place of the heaven leaderboard, shining brightly and dazzling. 8th place, the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard has been shaken again. Lin Feng, another new supreme being has appeared. The plaza erupted with commotion, and the sound waves rushed into the heavens. Another supreme being like this appeared out of nowhere, shaking up the entire holy city. Ha 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 ha, Sun Wu laughed happily. He finally knew why the young man wanted him to personally bring someone for the testing. Not long after, the Lu family received the news. Little brother Emperor Rock, your in-name disciple has passed the test. He's ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. The family head, Lu Qingping, personally went to inform Du Xiaofu. He was shocked and couldn't help but tremble a little. He knew that Lin Feng was the in-name disciple of Emperor Rock, who was brought out from the Lu family not long ago. However, he didn't expect his master to be ranked 5th on the heaven leaderboard, and his in-name disciple to be ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. This was too shocking. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the testing stone, and a smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard, which was not bad. This was only because he had just tempered his body. In the future, when he completely comprehended the talisman arrays on his body and the Supreme Beast Energy secret technique inscribed on it, he would be able to improve further. Lin Feng's return excited the entire Lu family. Another powerful Supreme Being had returned to the Lu family. God bless my Lin family village, God bless my Lin family. The old man from the Lin family village had been waiting for a long time. He was so happy that tears filled his eyes. They didn't know how Lin Feng had appeared in the Lu family village, but the result had deeply shocked them. They even felt that it was unbelievable. However, it was true. Lin Feng had succeeded, and he was ranked 8th on the heaven leaderboard. He wasn't a genius, but a supreme being. How could they not be excited? Lin Feng walked to Du Xiaofu and knelt down in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with tears, and he didn't say a word. He just kept kowtowing. The old man from the Lin family seemed to have understood something, and he immediately knelt down behind Lin Feng. Get up. Du Xiaofu was very calm. He was happy for Lin Feng. He pulled Lin Feng up, and an invisible force lifted everyone from the Lin family up. Master, City Lord Sun Yi said that he wanted to accept me as his inner disciple. I thought about your words and agreed. However, if you don't think it's suitable, I will immediately reply to City Lord Sun Yi. Lin Feng said to Du Xiaofu. Silly, this is your opportunity. You should cherish it and cultivate well in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled. This result was within his expectations. Lin Feng's talent was enough for the Sun family to rope him in. Accepting him as a disciple on the spot was undoubtedly one of the best choices. Du Xiaofu had done all of this on purpose. He would leave this place sooner or later, and he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now City Lord Sun Yi's inner disciple, which meant that he was a member of the Sun family. At that time, if the Yu family wanted to touch Lin Feng, or even the Lin family village, they would have to be careful. The holy city was still in an uproar. Lin Feng's name had spread everywhere, and it had also caused a huge storm. He was being roped in by all the major families and forces. What a pity, the Sun family acted first. When did Sun E come back? A supreme being ranked 8th on the heaven ranking was actually taken away by Sun E. I'm so angry. In the square, many people from the major forces and families were still annoyed. They wanted to fight for it, but Sun E acted first and took him in as his inner disciple. That young man seemed to be familiar with Sun E. Sun E had brought him here personally, so they had no way to fight for it. It's that young man, Lin Feng, the Rock Emperor's in-name disciple. Yes, it's him. He's the in-name disciple. Then, someone remembered that the young man called Lin Feng was the one who the Rock Emperor had asked them to bring over for a test in the Lu family not long ago. I'm so angry. I miscalculated. I'm so angry. When the people from the major families and forces learned of the young man's identity, they were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Some old people were so angry that they almost vomited blood. If they had known that the young man called Lin Feng was so talented, they wouldn't have refused to bring him along. At that time, they couldn't let go of their dignity, but now their intestines were green with regret. Ha 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 ha, only the people from the Sun family were laughing. They were laughing with incomparable pride. Elder Sun E had good eyesight. He had brought Lin Feng here and made him an inner disciple of the Sun family. He had undoubtedly become a member of the Sun family. This was much more reliable than ordinary roping in. Chapter 23:30. At night, many experts from the various families and forces were lamenting and regretting their decision. Especially the Saint Realm middle-aged woman from the Jiang family. In the afternoon, the Rock Emperor had taken the initiative to ask her to bring Lin Feng for the test. However, she didn't take a fancy to him. How could a Saint Realm cultivator be willing to bring a junior of unknown origins for the test? Even the top juniors in the Jiang family, other than Jiang Yiting, were not qualified for her to personally send them. However, the middle-aged Saint Realm woman was so regretful that her intestines turned green. If she had agreed to the Rock Emperor's request in the afternoon and brought Lin Feng for the test, Sun Wu wouldn't have had a chance. Tianzi was ranked 8th on the heaven list. She also wanted to take in such a supreme youth as her disciple. Lin Feng, a member of the Lin family. The Lin family actually produced such a talented junior. We can't let him go. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. At night, a gloomy voice came from the Yu family. Killing intent filled the air. Time passed slowly. It was almost midnight. The people in the square were getting fewer and fewer. The younger generation from various forces who came to participate in the test were almost done. In general, most of the young people in the past few days were disappointed. Many young talents came confidently but returned in disappointment. They didn't pass the test. However, many geniuses appeared in the past few days. More than 300 new geniuses appeared on the heaven ranking. Among them, there were more than 10 new supreme geniuses. All of them shook the holy city. Their names spread to all parts of the human race. Among them, the names of the Rock Emperor and Lin Feng were the most shocking. The geniuses who entered the top 10 of the heaven ranking caused a huge commotion. It was almost time. The test stone was about to close. The people in the square began to disperse. There weren't many left. Boom! Suddenly, the heaven ranking shone brightly. The golden light was dazzling, and the aura shook the void. The golden light was dazzling. It was a new title that appeared on the heaven ranking. The 3 words, Lu Mingma, were emitting a divine radiance. I said that I would come back to the heaven ranking. On the test stone, Lu Mingma looked at the ranking on the heaven ranking. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Then, he left. It's Lu Mingma. He returned to the heaven ranking. It seems that Troublemaker didn't stop cultivating during this period. He must be secretly honing his skills. Some people were secretly surprised. To be able to enter the top 200 of the heaven ranking, such a genius Lu Mingmo. This had nothing to do with strength. This kind of talent meant that his future was limitless. Lu Mingmo in the heaven ranking. Lu Mingmo's Lu Mingmo. That kid. Lu Mingmo. Deep in the night, Lu Qingping raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. There was a deep gentleness in his eyes as he murmured, Luo Yen, the 3 children are doing very well. They did not disappoint me. It's a pity that you are not here anymore. Do you know how much I miss you? The children did not say anything, but I know that they miss you very much. Time passed slowly, but tonight seemed to be an especially long night. Holy city in, holy city, holy city, holy city, holy city, sacred in the holy. The hustle and bustle in the streets and alleys did not subside much. The hustle and bustle of hawking gathered together and soared into the night sky. However, when dawn arrived, a strange scene gradually appeared in the holy city. All the shops in the streets and alleys of the holy city began to close their doors. More and more people gathered on the streets. They gathered into a crowd and headed towards the depths of the holy city. Everyone lowered their voices. Their eyes were burning with passion, but their expressions were sincere, as if they were going to worship. Everyone knew what day it was. Today was the biggest event of the human clan. The selection of the new emperor would be announced today. When the darkness before dawn passed, the first ray of sunlight penetrated the eastern horizon and shone on this ancient city. Densely packed crowds of people swarmed out from all over the place. The crowds took different routes, but their direction was the same. They were all heading towards the deepest part of the holy city, towards the holy palace. That was the holy land of the human clan. It was a place that everyone wanted to step into. On this special day, Du Xiaofu was no different. He sat cross-legged in a secluded room in the courtyard. He breathed and adjusted his breath, comprehending the 3 sword moves in his mind. It wasn't until late in the morning that Du Xiaofu woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He stretched his waist, and the joints all over his body emitted crackling sounds. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Looking at his body, Du Xiaofu smiled. He felt that his body was in peak condition. He was very satisfied. The tattered clothes on his body had not been washed for a long time. Du Xiaofu took out a purple robe from his Qianquan bag and put it on. What an impressive appearance. After tidying up his clothes, Du Xiaofu looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He could not help but praise himself. Only then did he leave the room. Outside the courtyard, Du Xiaofu saw Lu Mingmo waiting outside. He seemed to have waited for a long time. His eyebrows and hair still had dew on them. Brother Rock Emperor. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Lu Mingmo smiled. He had been waiting outside the seal and did not disturb him. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and exhaled. Today seemed to be the day to choose a new emperor. He could go and take a look. To tell you the truth, I have something to ask Brother Rock Emperor for help. Lu Mingmo said with a serious face. If there's anything I can help with, I will not refuse. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had a good impression of Lu Mingmo. Although his talent was not as good as Lu Liemo and Lu Yunmo, he was very loyal. I heard from Yunmo that Brother Rock Emperor is not interested in the position of the human emperor. Lu Mingmo asked Du Xiaofu. When he heard this, he was also very surprised. There was actually someone who was not interested in the position of the human emperor. I'm not interested. It's fine as long as I can enter the sacred palace. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was indeed not interested in the position of the human emperor. That's good. I want to ask Brother Rock Emperor to help me. No matter what, we cannot let Yu Ming become the new emperor. Lu Mingmo said. Today was the day to choose a new emperor. No matter what, they could not let Yu Ming become the new emperor. Although the number one hero, Sun Qin and the others would definitely fight until the end, Lu Mingma thought that there must be someone who could directly target Yu Ming. Even if he could not become the human emperor, he would rather let others take advantage of him than let Yu Ming succeed. The Rock Emperor in front of him, regardless of strength or qualifications, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu asked Lu Mingma, "Why don't you want Yu Ming to become the human emperor?" "I don't want my sister to marry him. I know that my sister doesn't like him. The Yu clan's goal isn't pure either. They only care about my sister's talent. If my sister really marries into the Yu clan, she will only suffer. She will also be suppressed by them." Lu Mingmo raised his head. His eyes were flickering with light. "What's the reason?" asked Du Xiaofu. He was deep in thought. He knew that the Yu clan had something to do with Lu Mingmo. Now, it seemed like the Yu clan's plan was to let Yu Ming marry Lu Mingmo and obtain the position of the human emperor. "It's a little complicated," said Lu Mingmo. He then roughly told Du Xiaofu everything. Lu Mingmo's appearance and talent were enough to make all the young talents in the human clan unable to reject her. To ordinary men, Lu Mingmo was like a mountain. She was the pride of the heavens, sacred and inviolable. The gap between them was insurmountable. Looking at the entire human clan, only the top 10 young talents on the heaven list were qualified to marry Lu Mingmo. Among them, Yu Ming from the Yu clan was undoubtedly the best candidate. However, Yu Ming had always expressed his love for Lu Mingmo, but Lu Mingmo had never reciprocated. Although the Yu clan was powerful, Lu Mingmo's talent and status were known by all the major forces and clans. Lu Mingmo's master was an ancient and terrifying existence in the divine palace. Therefore, the Yu clan did not dare to use their power to suppress others. Yu Ming had always wanted to marry Lu Mingmo. He had even proposed a few times, but Lu Mingmo did not agree. But this time, Lu Mingmo was heavily injured in the Beast Alliance's territory. Yu Ming risked his life to save her. How deep were their feelings for each other? He proposed again. In addition, an ancient existence in the Yu clan had also spoken to the person in the divine palace. Lu Mingmo could not reject it. In the end, she could only offer a condition. If Yu Ming could become the new emperor, she would agree to Yu Ming's proposal. "Originally, my sister had the greatest chance of becoming the new emperor. But now that my sister is heavily injured, she will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Yu Ming's chance has become the greatest. Although the number one hero and Sun Qin are very strong, I'm afraid that they will not be able to stop Yu Ming. Therefore, I want to ask the Rock brothers to take action. Even if the number one hero and the rest benefit from it, we cannot let Yu Ming succeed." Lu Mingmo said. Originally, he did not plan to do so. If the Rock brothers also wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, he naturally could not make such a request that would harm others without benefiting himself. However, the Rock brothers were not interested in the position of the human emperor. Therefore, Lu Mingmo thought of this method. If the Rock brothers could stop Yu Ming with all their strength, even if they failed, it would be enough for the number one hero and Sun Qin to take advantage of the situation. Anyway, it would be enough to prevent Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal. This, Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a smile. The new emperor's position and Lu Limo's marriage. So, this was the Yu clan's grand scheme. Du Xiaofu's original plan for this trip to the Sacred Hall, aside from wanting to enter the Sacred Hall to gain enlightenment, was to stop the Yu family from getting what they wanted no matter what they were plotting. Chapter 23:31. Brother Rock seems to have a grudge with the Yu clan. This is also killing two birds with one stone. If you can stop Yu Ming, I, Lu Mingmo, am willing to do anything to repay you. Lu Mingmo thought that Du Xiaofu was in a difficult position. This was the last method he could think of. That's too serious. However, I will do my best. Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that as long as he stopped Yu Ming from obtaining the human emperor's seal, he would be unable to become the new emperor. His marriage with Lu Limo would also be ruined. This was killing two birds with one stone. At that time, the Yu clan would probably go crazy from anger. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel happy. This could be considered as collecting some interest first. Then today, Yu Ming would be unlucky. Really? Thank you, Rock Emperor. If I were a woman, I would definitely repay you with my body. Unfortunately, I'm not. Lu Mingma was suddenly very happy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was wearing a purple robe and had a resolute face. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He said, "How about this? When the time comes, you can pursue my sister. I will definitely help you put in a good word. If you become my brother-in-law, then we will be family in the future." Forget it. Du Xiaofu thought of Ouyang Xuan. Last time, he had only spoken a few words with Lu Limo, but he had already suffered. If he really married that woman, Ouyang Xuan, that tomboy, would probably go crazy. At that time, he would definitely suffer. Master. Little brother Rock Emperor. After a moment, Du Xiaofu walked out of the Lu clan's courtyard. Lin Feng, Lu Qingping, and the others immediately went up to welcome him. Old Lu was also very polite. At this moment, there were many figures in the courtyard. They were the experts and elders of the Lu clan. There were also some of the younger generation with high status. They seemed to be waiting for Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded at Old Lu and Lu Qingping. His gaze swept across the figures around him. Then, he secretly raised his eyes and saw a familiar woman. Today, she was wearing a light purple long dress. Her figure was graceful and elegant, but her face still revealed a cold and enchanting temperament. She was extraordinary and moving. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Lu Limo. This was Lu Limo. In just a few days, her injuries seemed to have recovered. Her face was rosy, but it couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Lu Limo's injuries were at most 40% better. This recovery speed was already very shocking. The Lu family shouldn't be able to take out so many resources to help her recover. It must be because of the master behind Lu Limo that Lu Limo mentioned. As Du Xiaofu walked over, Lu Limo also looked at Du Xiaofu. The day before yesterday, when she was recuperating in seclusion in the secret room, she also felt the movement on the heaven list. That vast aura was like a supreme emperor that could not be provoked, and it made her tremble for a moment. He looks much better now. As expected, clothes make the man. Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunma, who were beside Lu Limo, looked at Du Xiaofu. His purple robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked much more pleasing to the eye, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. "Brother Rock Emperor, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Lu Limo." Lu Limo introduced Lu Limo to Du Xiaofu. "I've heard a lot about you." Du Xiaofu smiled at Lu Limo. Lu Limo nodded slightly as a response. Her face was still cold, and her temperament was still enchanting. "My elder sister was heavily injured and her injuries have yet to recover. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about Yu Ming." Lu Limo sighed. She was heavily injured by that Saint Beast Realm ape. It's already very good that she recovered so quickly. Du Xiaofu said casually. The demonic ape's strength was definitely at the bottom of the same level. Lu Limo had yet to step into the Saint Realm, and there was a huge gap between them. That kind of injury would have killed most people, but Lu Limo was still able to recover so quickly. It was not easy. "How do you know that I was injured by that ape?" Suddenly, Lu Limo's eyes lit up as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "This matter has already spread. Many people know that Yu Ming risked his life to save you." Lu Limo looked at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes flickered. Then, she calmed down and said softly, "It's getting late. Let's go. Let's go." Lu Qingping walked up with a smile. There was a spirit bird demon beast mount already waiting for him. With Lu Limo's status, a portion of the Lu family could ride the beast mount directly to the sacred palace. A moment later, the spiritual beast screeched and soared into the sky. It crossed the void and headed towards the depths of the sacred city. "Hey, are you really not interested in the human emperor's position?" On the back of the flying beast, Lu Yunma looked at Du Xiaofu and curled her lips. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and laughed. "With my strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with them. I don't want to bully them." At this moment, Du Xiaofu was speaking the truth. With his strength, it would be too much of a bully to compete with those sovereigns for the human emperor's seal. However, Du Xiaofu's words made the Lu family's experts, elders, and some young disciples on the beast cluck their tongues. Wasn't he too arrogant? However, no one cared. They thought that Du Xiaofu was purposely teasing Lu Yunma. "Humph, you only know how to brag." Lu Yunma snorted and despised Du Xiaofu. "I'm serious. I don't want to bully them." Du Xiaofu looked very serious. "Che." Lu Yunma rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was too good at bragging. She then ignored Du Xiaofu and was too lazy to talk to him. Lu Limo had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She had a calm expression on her beautiful face. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sacred city from his beast mount. The vast sacred city was really big. The wide streets were filled with people, heading towards the depths of the sacred city. Their eyes were filled with awe and passion. There were many discussions about who would become the new emperor this time. Such a grand event was only for the younger generation. It wasn't for the Saint Realm. With Du Xiaofu's state of mind, there was nothing to be excited about. Although the sacred city was vast, it didn't take long for them to cross it with the speed of flying mounts. There were fewer buildings in front of them, and more mountains appeared. They were as tall as the clouds, majestic and majestic. There were also waterfalls that cascaded down from the sky. These mountains were magnificent. There were spiritual birds and strange beasts shuttling back and forth. The clouds were misty, and the energy of heaven and earth was like flowing lights. Under the sunlight, the clouds were steaming, and it was incomparably magnificent. What a rich imperial palace dragon Qi! In the void, the imperial palace dragon Qi was so rich that it surprised Du Xiaofu. The rich imperial palace dragon Qi overflowed from the void and drilled into his body. It's the imperial palace dragon Qi. When the imperial palace dragon Qi entered his body, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that it was the imperial palace dragon Qi. What he felt the day before was right. There was actually such a terrifying imperial palace dragon Qi in the sacred city. This made Du Xiaofu ponder. If he could refine his body with such a rich imperial palace dragon Qi, it would be a great opportunity. But Du Xiaofu knew that it would be very difficult, almost impossible. At his level of cultivation, to refine his body with the imperial palace's dragon Qi would require an enormous amount of imperial palace's dragon Qi. The super experts hidden in the Sage Hall would definitely not agree. However, Du Xiaofu secretly pondered in his heart. If there was a chance, he could give it a try. The benefits of such a rich imperial palace dragon Qi were too great. "Brother Rock Emperor, we have arrived at the sacred palace." Lu Mingma's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. They had arrived at the sacred city in front of them. That is, following the direction that Lu Mingma was pointing at, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and was immediately shocked. His eyes trembled. It was too shocking. A vast square appeared like a plain. It was surrounded by dense majestic mountains that towered into the clouds. And behind the plain-like square, there was an ancient building that looked like a pagoda but wasn't a pagoda. It was like a majestic mountain that rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. The majestic building was even bigger than a mountain. It soared into the sky, and the top couldn't be seen. Golden light surged. Such a majestic ancient building was even more majestic than the surrounding mountains. It was too huge. Even if a ferocious bird that was thousands of feet in size flew in front of it, it would only be like a small bird. Soon, the spiritual bird flew to the square and approached the ancient building. This was the sacred palace. Looking at it from afar, Du Xiaofu felt that compared to the majestic building, it was like comparing an elephant to an ant. This feeling didn't only come from the size, but also from an invisible vast aura. The ancient building emitted a boundless aura as if it had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. A majestic imperial dragon aura and an ancient aura fluctuated. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the boundless majestic pressure. This place is very mysterious. It's a sacred land of treasures. Du Xiaofu exclaimed. He was very shocked and his heart was surging. This was the first time he had seen such a place. It was very ancient and seemed to contain endless secrets. On the square, densely packed figures had already gathered. It was as if they were going to cover the entire square. There were hundreds of millions of them. Although the human race's physical body was inferior to the demonic beasts, especially those supreme demonic beasts, they were born with powerful innate talents and divine abilities. They were very powerful and were born as powerful creatures. The human race couldn't compare at all. However, the human race's reproduction speed wasn't something that demonic beasts could compare with. The human race's growth time was also far faster than demonic beasts. This was the human race's advantage. In the long years, the human race in this fearsome land had gradually risen and their numbers had increased. This was a grand occasion for the human race, so many people had come. However, it was far from everyone. There were very few people who could enter the sacred city. Soon, the spiritual bird flew past the square and directly arrived in front of the sacred palace. Lu Limo opened her eyes. With a flash of light, her graceful figure floated down. The crowd followed closely behind. The sacred palace was in front of them and they had to be respectful. A bluestone staircase appeared. There were hundreds of steps and it was overflowing with light. Faint runes flickered, accompanied by a faint golden light. It was incomparably sacred. Lu Limo led the crowd up the stairs and appeared in front of the sacred palace. Chapter 23-32. The divine palace was huge and majestic. It stood in front of Lin Fan and he couldn't see the top of it. After countless years of carving, the divine palace was ancient and filled with golden light. As he stood below the sacred hall, Du Xiaofu felt an unparalleled pressure that made his soul tremble. For some reason, he was filled with awe and the urge to kneel down in worship. This was the highest pure land of the human clan in the fearsome grounds. The experts of the human clan gathered here. It was the holy land of the human clan. Amazing! Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. This place was too amazing. The divine palace stood there as if it was overlooking all living beings. This posture and aura was as immovable as a mountain and as solid as a rock. This was to suppress the fate of the entire human clan. This is the divine palace. At this moment, Lin Feng, Lin Pu, and the rest of the Lin family village had never seen such a place. Under the vast and invisible aura, their bodies trembled and their legs went soft. It was as if they were going to crawl on the ground at any time. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu saw many people in front of the divine palace. He had seen many of them before. Outside the divine palace, there was a small square. In fact, it wasn't small. In fact, it was very big. However, compared to the square behind it, it was very small. On one side of the square, on the other side of the huge divine palace, there were about 1,000 seats set up. Almost all of them were filled with invisible and powerful auras. Those who were qualified to sit were all top experts or people with extraordinary status. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. He had seen many of them in the square the day before yesterday and in the Lu family village yesterday. They were all top experts of the major forces. Among them, there was Sun Bufan of the Sun family and many other half-step saints. There were also some figures that made Du Xiaofu's gaze linger for a while. In the lineup of the major families, Ji Qianqing, Jiang Yiting, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, the number one hero, Sun Qin, and a few other young supremes that he had seen when he first entered the holy city were all seated. Noticing Lu Limo's arrival, Ji Qianqing, Ren Yuan, and the others also looked over. Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the others nodded at Lu Limo and smiled. Their smiles were very moving, causing many men to be infatuated with them. The arrival of the Lu clan attracted the attention of everyone present. The experts of the various clans were also in an uproar. Lu Limo's status as the number one human of the younger generation was higher than everyone present. Many experts nodded to Lu Limo politely. Because of Lu Limo, the Lu family also had 3 seats in the stands. Elder Lu and Lu Limo sat upright, but Lu Qingping was very polite and insisted on pulling Du Xiaofu to sit down. That won't do. Du Xiaofu shook his head. After all, Lu Qingping was the head of the Lu family. It didn't matter if he stood for a while. Brother Rock Emperor, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Lu Qingping was sincere. Family head Lu, stop fighting. Brother Rock and Lin Feng, come and sit. Beside the Lu clan was the Sun clan. Sun Bufan stood up and warmly made space for Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng was now a member of the Sun clan. As Sun Wu's disciple, he was ranked 8th on the heaven ranking. It was enough for him to have an extraordinary status in the entire Sun clan. After that, Sun Wu introduced some of the important figures of the Sun clan to Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Even the experts of the Jiang clan and other forces took the initiative to stand up and join in, greeting Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu also nodded politely with a smile on his face. Is he Emperor Rock? I heard that Lin Feng is his disciple in name. This pair of master and disciple are so young. Behind the various forces and clans, there were many people standing. Many of them were young men and women, and they were all sizing up Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng. Du Xiaofu sat down. It was unknown if Sun Bufan did it intentionally or not, but he let Du Xiaofu sit beside Sun Qin. We meet again, Du Xiaofu greeted. Humph. Sun Qin glanced at Du Xiaofu, and a faint snort came from her throat. Her gaze was a little complicated, and she didn't even nod her head. Du Xiaofu was very depressed. It was as if he owed this woman millions. He didn't know how he had offended Sun Qin. How would Du Xiaofu know that he had completely offended Sun Qin? The Sun clan wanted him to marry into the Sun clan and let Sun Qin take in a son-in-law. Of course, Sun Qin also knew about it. At first, Sun Qin wasn't willing and she objected. But later on, she found out that the guy actually said that he couldn't agree first and needed some time to consider. Everyone knew that this was clearly a rejection. She was the dignified Sun Qin. Although she wasn't as dazzling as Lu Limo, she was definitely one of the most dazzling people in the entire human race. If other people received this news, it would undoubtedly be a good thing that fell from the sky. Why would they reject it? But the guy beside her actually rejected her first. At this moment, he was even greeting her as if nothing had happened. Was he mocking her? But Sun Qin didn't know that Du Xiaofu had long forgotten about this. He didn't even think about it. At this moment, in the Jiang clan, Jiang Yiting's gaze also fell on Du Xiaofu secretly. Her figure was graceful, and her temperament was untainted by the world. It was very moving. Jiang Yiting was also ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Her lithe and exquisite body faintly emitted a vast and formless pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Yesterday, the experts of the Jiang clan also went to the Lu clan and offered some conditions. They wanted to marry an extraordinary descendant of the Jiang clan. But in the end, that guy actually targeted her. This made Jiang Yiting a little unhappy. So what if she was ranked 5th on the heaven roll? It didn't represent her strength. From the moment she was born, because of the Jiang clan and the first clan, she had been together with the first hero. Everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. She had never interacted with other men. Although there were young supreme beings in the various great clans who had her in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it so directly. Looking at the purple-robed man, Jiang Yiting's eyes took a few more glances. She didn't know why, but he seemed to be very pleasing to the eye. Originally, she was very disdainful in her heart yesterday. But now that she saw him again, the disdain in Jiang Yiting's heart seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. She murmured in her heart, extraordinary talent and looks okay, but he's a lecher. Du Xiaofu sat upright. The experts and elders of the Sun clan around him were also very polite. Du Xiaofu also smiled and nodded his head in response. Not far away, Lu Limo, who was sitting upright, closed her eyes again. Behind her, Lu Hongyu and Lu Yunhua stood quietly. At this moment, there were many beautiful women in the entire place. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. However, as Lu Limo sat there quietly, she was unknowingly more beautiful than the rest. Within her enchanting and cold temperament, there was the dignity and nobility of a Nirvana realm grand sovereign. Coupled with her graceful figure and enchanting temperament, it formed a natural allure. Roar, a demonic beast mount roared, shaking the void and startling the entire place. Countless gazes followed the sound. Several ferocious demonic beasts came. Many dazzling figures landed below the bluestone steps. The aura on their bodies was vast and slowly retracted. The people who came were from the Yu clan. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. There were many powerful auras and many of the Yu clan's younger generation who had extraordinary talent. The first to arrive was Yu Ming, Yu Jigong, and the others. The people from the Yu clan walked up to their seats and greeted the people from the other clans. It was as if the matter of the other clans obstructing Yu Bowl a few days ago didn't happen. Then, everyone sat down. Du Xiaofu couldn't be bothered with the people from the Yu clan. He sat upright and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of this grand occasion. But soon, Du Xiaofu frowned. With his sharp senses, he felt an unfriendly gaze landing on him. Following that gaze, Du Xiaofu turned his head and saw the owner of that gaze. It was Yu Ming from the Yu clan. His eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and viciousness. But soon, a smile returned to his face. He walked to the Lu clan and stopped in front of Lu Limo. He was very concerned and asked in a soft voice, "Limo, how are your injuries?" "I'm fine." Lu Limo opened her eyes. Her expression was calm and indifferent. She only replied with a simple word. Lu Limo's indifferent attitude caused Yu Ming's expression to darken. Looking at the cold and enchanting woman in front of him, Yu Ming thought that after today, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to her. At that time, she wouldn't be so cold and enchanting anymore. She would still be flipped upside down by him. Thinking of this, Yu Ming didn't mind. He continued to smile and said to Lu Limo, "That's good. You must recover quickly." Lu Limo glanced at Yu Ming indifferently. Then, for some reason, she looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in her eyes. She said to Yu Ming, "I've recovered quite a bit. I have to thank the Rock Emperor for treating me these few days." Hearing this, everyone's gazes moved and immediately looked at Du Xiaofu with deep meaning. Many people smiled faintly. Everyone knew that Lu Limo didn't like Yu Ming all these years. He had proposed marriage several times but was rejected. Just now, her attitude towards Yu Ming was neither warm nor cold, but she had a smile in her eyes towards Emperor Rock. Furthermore, the Rock Emperor had rejected all the major forces and families and chose the Lu family. This made people think too much. When Lu Limo's voice fell, Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting's expressions changed slightly. Elder Lu and Lu Qingping's expressions also changed. They were very surprised. As the person involved, Du Xiaofu was even more confused. When did he treat that woman's injuries? But thinking about it, Du Xiaofu already understood that Lu Limo wasn't interested in Yu Ming. She did this on purpose and used him as a tool. This woman knew Yu Ming's character very well. She purposely used Hui Yin on him. As expected, Du Xiaofu saw Yu Ming's gaze. It was like a poisonous snake, but it was hidden very well. Yu Ming's lips didn't move, but he transmitted a message to Du Xiaofu, "Brat, you purposely hid in the Lu family. You have to know that there are some people you can't touch. You will pay the price later. Do you think that with your qualifications, Limo will be interested in you?" Chapter 23-33. Du Xiaofu chuckled and ignored Yu Ming. He looked at Lu Limo with concern and said, "Limo, is this the Yu Ming you said was bothering you? Don't mind him. Your injuries are more important." "What? Fetus?" Everyone's eyes jumped when they heard that. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. Fetus? Then Emperor Rock and Lu Limo, could they be? Someone spoke. Although his voice was soft, it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. The expressions of the Yu clan members changed greatly. Yu Ming's eyes twitched and he stared at Lu Limo and Du Xiaofu. There seems to be a story behind this. Is the cooked duck of the Yu family going to fly away? Then, the experts of the major families looked at the Yu family members with half-smiles. They were happy to watch the show. The number one hero, Ji Qianqing, Sun Qin, and the other young primes were even more surprised. At this moment, Lu Limo could no longer maintain her calm expression as she stared at Du Xiaofu. She had indeed intended to draw the fire onto the Rock Emperor, but she never imagined that this fellow would actually be so brazen as to shoot his mouth off without thinking. He's taking revenge. Lu Limo took a deep breath. She knew that he was taking revenge on purpose. He didn't want to be used, so he was taking revenge on her. Lu Limo's expression returned to normal. She was cold and enchanting. Then, she closed her eyes again. She didn't plan to respond. She knew that this would only make things worse. Seeing that Lu Limo didn't seem to have any intention of responding, the major forces and families around couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were all secretly guessing whether this was true or not. If it was true, it would be interesting. Even if it was false, it would be enough for the entire human race to laugh at Yu Ming for many years. Yu Ming stood in front of Lu Limo. His face was green and red, and it was extremely ugly. This was definitely more sullen than being slapped in the face. Looking at Yu Ming's expression, the number one hero, Sun Qin, Ji Qianqing, and the others secretly laughed. Emperor Rock was really bold. He was clearly trying to embarrass Yu Ming. Elder Lu, Lu Qingping, Lu Yunma, and Lu Hongyu were all dumbfounded. They didn't know if it was true or not. On the other hand, Lu Mingma was very happy and hoped that this was true. "Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but there are some words you can't say." Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. Under the gazes of everyone present, he couldn't get off the stage. His expression was extremely ugly. Du Xiaofu sat upright and looked at the square below him. As time passed, more and more people poured in from all directions on the square that was as large as a plane. The black mass of people joined together to form a sea of people. Everyone looked up at the sacred palace in awe. Some people were still kneeling on the ground and worshipping. There were even some people who were prostrating themselves on the ground in the most devout worship. Under such a scene, Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. No wonder the dragon qi in the palace was so rich and extraordinary. The devout worship of all the humans gathered into a vast dragon Qi, suppressing the fate of the entire human race. However, Du Xiaofu's indifference made Yu Ming feel like he was slapped in the face again. The other party actually ignored him. In the entire human race, who would dare to treat him like this? Even some of the Saint Realm experts in the human race wouldn't dare to do this. Brat, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Yu Ming stared at Du Xiaofu. His expression was so gloomy that it couldn't be suppressed. The aura on his body fluctuated, and the light in his eyes became dazzling. He was just thinking about how the enchanting and cold woman would feel under him. At this moment it was no different from being cuckolded. No man could endure it. Du Xiaofu still ignored him. Instead, he was more interested in the crowd in the square. The densely packed figures formed a sea of people. Although everyone was in awe, there were also sounds of discussion that converged into a torrent that spread out into the void. Nephew Ming, the grand event is about to begin. Yu Zhigong called out to Yu Ming. At this moment, all the major forces and clans were present. If this continued, even if they killed the brat, it wouldn't be honorable. Moreover, if they attacked in front of the sacred palace, it would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to them. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't suppress the chill in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Everyone's eyes lit up. The sea of people below also quieted down. Boom! At the same time, the depths of the sacred palace trembled. Golden light began to burst from the depths of the sacred palace. It was like auspicious clouds that filled the air with mighty pressure. Dazzling lights of various colors spread out in the air. The dazzling lights were like divine splendor, making it so that few could open their eyes to look directly at them. As the lights appeared, nearly 30 figures walked out from the dazzling lights in the square before the sacred palace. Their imposing auras filled the square. The auras of these people were powerful. Their eyes were dazzling, causing the entire square to fall silent. Their spiritual souls trembled. Cultivators of the Saint Plane. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also moved. These dozens of figures were of the Saint Plane. Among them, there were some figures that he had seen in the square that day. One of them was an old man with shoulder-length black and white hair. He wore a light-colored robe. His figure was thin, and his eyes shone with frightening light. It was Yu Bol. Feng Wanran, who had appeared in the Feng clan that day, was also among them. He wore a gray robe embroidered with patterns. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his black eyebrows, which were half the length of a finger, stood out. He was very eye-catching. One of them was a slender and muscular middle-aged man who was wrapped in a hazy halo. His eyes shone like lightning. One of them was an old woman with a kind face. Dazzling runes were faintly discernible around her. From afar, she looked like a sun that was converging. She contained a powerful aura. One of them was a tall middle-aged man. His black hair was loose, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very mighty. One of them was a beautiful woman in a long dress. Her eyes were like water. Her eyes were dazzling. These cultivators were all of the middle stage of the Saint Plane. They could not escape the detection of Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit power. Du Xiaofu had seen these Saint Plane cultivators in the square before. City Lord Sun Chang, Yu Tianzi, and the others were also among them. These figures appeared high up in the sky. Waves of invisible pressure filled the sky and the earth, solidifying the void. Greetings, Elder. The entire city shouted. Some people knelt down and saluted. Under such pressure, those who were weaker collapsed to the ground. In front of the sacred palace, the cultivators of the various clans also stood up and saluted the 30 or so Saint Plane cultivators. Chapter 23-34. Lu Limo, Yu Ming, the #1 hero, Sun Qin, and the other young sovereigns also stood up in awe. Du Xiaofu also stood up to avoid attracting attention. Most of them were cultivators of the Saint Plain from the major clans and forces. After reaching the Saint Plain, these people's status in the entire human race became even more extraordinary. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the two old men in the middle. They looked quite old, but their faces were ruddy. Waves of pressure emanated from their bodies, and it felt as if they were above everyone else. The aura of these two old men was similar to Du Xiaofu's, but different from Yu Bol's and Feng Wanran's. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yu Bol's, their pressure was much more vast and majestic. The nourishment of the imperial palace's dragon qi. But Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that these two old men had an additional imperial palace's dragon qi on them. They had to absorb the imperial palace's dragon qi to cultivate for a long time in the sacred hall to have such an effect. Of the two old men, the first one was dressed in a yellow robe. His figure looked old, but his aura was stronger than Yu Bol's and Feng Wanran's. The second old man was dressed in a grey robe embroidered with dragon patterns. His eyes were golden, and his aura was no weaker than the yellow-robed old man beside him. Rise! Rise! When these Saint Plain cultivators appeared, they waved their long sleeves, indicating for everyone to rise. Their voices were not loud, but they resounded through the sky and fell clearly into everyone's ears. Those are the Saint Plain cultivators of the major clans. I wonder when we will be able to step into the Saint Plain. Inside and outside the square, everyone stood up, and whispers rang out. These Saint Plain cultivators did not pay attention to the discussions around them. They all looked above the sacred hall as if they were waiting for something. The cultivators of the major clans did not take their seats. They stood where they were and waited respectfully. Could it be that the emperor is coming? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sacred hall, and a brilliant golden light shone out. Welcome, Emperor. Suddenly, the yellow-robed elder whose body was suffused with the imperial palace's draconic aura spoke. His voice reverberated in everyone's ears and was capable of shaking their primordial spirits. At this moment, the gazes of the various powers and clans both inside and outside the square trembled violently. Boom! Golden light surged from the depths of the Sage Palace. At that moment it was as if the entire Sage Palace had come to life. A great pressure connected the heavens and the earth, spreading out from within the Sage Palace. It was accompanied by a golden light that intertwined with each other. It was dazzling as if a golden sun had risen. A silhouette appeared in the void before the Sage Hall, shrouded in golden light. There was a faint golden dragon circling around him, exuding imperial might. Human sovereign. As that figure appeared, all the great clans and forces in the square immediately bowed to him. Even Yu Bol and the others were no exception. They had to lower their heads. Greetings, human emperor. On the square that was like a plain, densely packed groups of people rose and fell as they knelt, and they were worshipping from afar. The waves of sound converged and shot into the sky, shaking the sky. That was the human emperor, the leader of the human race. What a dense imperial palace dragon qi. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved inwardly. There was a fluctuation of energy in his body that was forcefully suppressed. The imperial palace dragon qi on that figure was too dense. Du Xiaofu could see that it was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He had a majestic figure and a dignified temperament. His entire body was covered in imperial palace dragon qi, as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. This middle-aged man's cultivation level should be similar to the Beast Alliance's chief, but Du Xiaofu knew very well that as long as this middle-aged man was inside the Sage Palace, with the imperial palace dragon qi protecting him, even Yu Bol, Feng Wanran, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They might even be suppressed. In the void, the golden light was fading, revealing the human emperor's body. He floated in mid-air, and his majestic aura connected the heavens and the earth. It was clear that every move he made contained the power of the heavens and the earth, capable of suppressing everything. Rise! The human emperor spoke. His eyes were dignified, and golden light flickered. His figure slowly descended from the void and appeared on a high platform at the front of the seats. There was a golden dragon throne that was covered in mysterious talisman patterns. The human emperor sat on it. Only then did Yubol, Feng Wanran, and the other cultivators of the major forces and clans take their seats. Not far ahead, on the high platform behind the human emperor, there was another high platform. There were many seats arranged for the Saint Plain cultivators of the major forces and clans. After everyone took their seats, the old man in the yellow robe, who was surrounded by the imperial palace dragon Qi, stood up. His body was trembling, but his eyes were bright as he looked up and down the square. At that moment, all the major clans, forces, and humans looked up with anticipation, awe, and excitement. On behalf of the Sage Palace, I announce that the competition for the next human emperor will now begin. The voice was old and faint, but it contained a formless majesty. It resounded through the void, and it was loud enough for the billions of beings present to hear clearly. Boom! Before these words were finished, the entire place was already filled with excited shouts, cheers, and shouts. They shot up into the sky and shook the 9 heavens. The yellow-robed old man faintly smiled as he gazed at the boiling crowd. He continued to speak, now, all the young supreme talents who are qualified to enter the arena. His voice rang out. At that moment, amidst the deafening uproar, his voice still landed clearly in the ears of all the living beings in the square. Hearing the words of the old man in the yellow robe, many figures walked out from the major forces. Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Sun Qin, Yao Tianwu, and the others all looked up. Whoosh! Secretly glancing at Du Xiaofu, Yu Ming tapped the ground lightly, and his figure flew out. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, he landed in the middle of a small square in front of the Sage Palace. After bowing to the human emperor, he swept his long sleeves and stood straight. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura shook the void. Whoosh, whoosh, immediately after, Lu Limo, Ji Qianxing, Yao Tianwu, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the others all flew into the sky. Their figures were either majestic or graceful, and they instantly appeared in the square. Lu Yunma and many other supreme beings also flew out from the various big families and powers and landed on the square. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on a young man in white. His eyes were deep and bright, and his temperament was extraordinary. He was also very handsome. This young man was a Nirvana supreme being from the Feng family. Du Xiaofu guessed that he should be the #1 person in the younger generation of the Feng family, Feng Wuxia. The whole square was in an uproar. They were all young supreme beings with boundless prospects. They were almost certain to become powerful experts. To be able to participate in the competition for the new human emperor, one had to be a supreme being on the heaven roll. This qualification was irrelevant to strength and cultivation. In order to select the human emperor, other than strength, one also needed the human emperor's personality. Lin Feng was also qualified. He had the title of a supreme being on the heaven roll. However, seeing that his master did not enter the square, Lin Feng did not move. He just stood behind Du Xiaofu. Chapter 23:35. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Little Brother Rock, it's time for you to go on stage, Sun Bufan said to Sun Bufan. Sun Bufan spoke to Du Xiaofu, as though he really wanted to see Du Xiaofu go up on stage. Moreover, he was very clear that the person Lin Feng was truly following now was this young man. Okay, then I'll go up first. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. Under the gazes of countless people, he walked out at a leisurely pace. He walked step by step from his seat to the square. Seeing that his master was walking, Lin Feng naturally followed closely behind, neither too fast nor too slow. The crowd was stunned. They looked at the pair of master and disciple in surprise. They felt that it was a little strange, but they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. Although the others had directly landed on the square, there was no rule that said that they couldn't walk up. In the square, seeing Du Xiaofu walk over slowly, everyone was very surprised. Lu Yunma looked straight at Du Xiaofu. Her pink cheeks were a little stunned, but her eyes were shining. This guy was really strange. Lu Limo faintly glanced at Du Xiaofu who was walking over. She stood there quietly, her beautiful figure outlined under her dress. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at Du Xiaofu who was walking up. His eyes secretly flashed with coldness. Even the group of Saint Plain cultivators and Renhuangs looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. They were very curious. Of course, there were also Yu Bol and Yu Tianzi who revealed a cold look in their eyes. The Renhuang was majestic. He looked at Du Xiaofu and slowly said to the crowd behind him, "Everyone, is this the young man called Rock?" "Yes, his talent is extraordinary and he seems to be very interesting," Feng Wanran said to the Renhuang with a smile. "Rock," the Renhuang murmured softly. His eyes were filled with golden light. At this moment, only he knew that when he looked at such a young man, there was a fluctuation in his heart for no reason. However, it disappeared immediately and no one could detect it. Finally, Du Xiaofu arrived at the square. But no one knew if it was intentional or not, but he stood right next to Lu Limo. Kaka. Yu Ming's eyes darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Cracking sounds could be heard as his eyes darkened to the extreme. As Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng walked onto the square, the yellow-robed old man looked at the dozens of young supreme martial artists in the square, his gaze very amiable. They were the core of the human race in the future, and they would protect the entire human race. The voice sounded again, "I'm sure you all know the rules of the competition, but I'll repeat it again. Whoever can get the recognition of the Renhuang seal will be the new Renhuang. The new Renhuang will shoulder the great responsibility of the human race and lead the human race to prosperity." His voice gradually became like thunder, reverberating through the void, resounding through the heavens, causing one's heart to tremble. These words also caused the gazes of the supreme talents present to turn solemn as their hearts surged. "Now, let the emperor's selection begin." The yellow-robed old man raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His expression became solemn and respectful as he said, "Now, let's welcome the Renhuang seal." As his voice fell, the Renhuang seal stood up. His body was filled with golden light, and there was a faint fluctuation of a dragon around him. As he waved his sleeves, a flash of golden light shot up into the sky like a golden thunderbolt. Rumble! Rumble! In an instant, the heavens and the earth shook, the void trembled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire huge and magnificent sacred hall seemed to have come alive as the golden runes shone brightly. The golden thunderbolt shot up into the sky and went straight to the top of the sacred hall. Along with the lightning and thunder, it turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light was boundless, as if a golden sun had appeared at the top of the sacred hall. It was like a golden divine radiance, covering the sky and the sun. The golden light was intertwined with the mysterious runes of the talismans. The golden light spread out like flowers and golden lightning. It hung in the air like a purple light curtain, covering the entire area around the sacred hall. Rumble! Rumble! As the golden light shot up into the sky, a vast and unparalleled pressure filled the space and froze it. The pressure was so vast that it caused the chi in everyone's body to stagnate. Their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled. Those who were weaker directly knelt on the ground to worship. The Renhuang seal. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes to look at the sacred hall, which was filled with dazzling golden light. On his resolute face, his clear eyes began to flicker with golden light. The imperial palace's dragon chi, which had long merged with his body, was also fluctuating in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was very sure that the so-called Renhuang seal was similar to the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal and the new Ba-ing seal that suppressed the imperial palace of the desolate nation. It was a precious treasure that gathered imperial qi and fate. There was no doubt that the Renhuang seal was of a much higher level than the Ba-ing. There was a world of difference. The Ba-ing had only been a new seal for a short time. Although it had absorbed the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal of the 8 nations and was reforged, it only suppressed one nation and gathered the fate of one nation. It was incomparable to the Renhuang seal that gathered the fate of the entire human race and suppressed the entire human race. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The Renhuang seal was a precious treasure, definitely a precious treasure. The Renhuang seal was in the sky, and its pressure filled the air, causing even the supremes to tremble. Lu Limo, Yu Ming, the number 1 hero, Ji Qianqing, Sun Qin, and the others were also secretly nervous, but their eyes were filled with excitement and passion. Rumble. The whole place trembled, and the sacred hall shone. It was vast and ancient, incomparably sacred, and brilliant light filled the air. From above the sacred hall, mysterious talisman runes descended and poured out, appearing on the square. The mysterious talisman runes had an indescribable power that imprisoned the void and shrouded the surroundings like a curtain of light. This was a restriction seal that sealed the space and distorted the void. In a while, these young supremes would attack, and some of them had the strength of the Saint Realm. If there was no restriction seal, the square would be destroyed. Rumble, under the Renhuang seal, a vast aura surged, and within the golden light, there seemed to be the fluctuation of a golden dragon. The vast aura fluctuated, and countless people looked up. The Renhuang seal could only be fought for by the supremes. At this moment, those who could stand in the square to fight for the Renhuang seal had already proven their talents, and they were the cream of the crop, and were favored by the heavens. And the one who could fight for the Renhuang seal in the end and gain the recognition of the Renhuang seal would become the new emperor of the human race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of the human race, and also become the supreme emperor. Becoming the new emperor would be the focus of attention, and he would be respected by millions of people. The Renhuang seal was condensing, and his eyes emitted an unparalleled majesty that was vast and mighty. Roar! As the Renhuang seal condensed, from the top of the sacred hall, within the golden light of the Renhuang seal, the roar of a real dragon resounded, shaking the 9 heavens. Boom! In an instant, within the solidified restriction seal, an unparalleled pressure descended, as if 100,000 mountains were collapsing on the bodies of the supremes. It made everyone feel as if they were trapped in a quagmire, unable to pull themselves out, and their hearts almost stopped beating. This kind of pressure had nothing to do with one's own strength, and it had nothing to do with the strength of each person. It was just that the stronger the talent, the weaker the pressure. What a strong pressure! Du Xiaofu secretly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. This kind of pressure came from the imperial palace's dragon aura, and it contained fate and was vast and unparalleled. Obtain the Renhuang seal and become the new emperor. The Renhuang spoke, but his voice came from the Renhuang seal on the top of the sacred hall. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking people's souls, and the pressure was impressive, connecting heaven and earth. Rumble. When the Renhuang's voice fell, a vast aura surged, and the celestial qi in all the young supremes' bodies began to circulate. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, and one figure after another began to quickly leap into the sky. But it was only for a moment, and one figure after another wanted to rush to the top of the sacred hall to fight for the Renhuang seal. But just as they leaped out, a terrifying pressure swept over them, and a few of the weaker young supremes fell to the ground like rain, each of them vomiting blood. That formless pressure was vast and unparalleled, like a huge mountain, and it crushed the depths of one's soul. They were not qualified enough to fight for the Renhuang seal. The young supremes who rushed higher and higher were hit harder and harder. This was a provocation and disrespect to the Renhuang seal, and they were given a warning. Lu Yunma vomited blood and fell. She was also among them, and she had already lost her qualification before it even started. Lu Yunma's eyes were filled with shock. She felt that the pressure was like a heavenly moat, and it was insurmountable. A few of the talented ones had already soared into the sky, but they began to stop after a short distance. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were incomparably pale from the pressure. Under such pressure, they could no longer climb. Rise! Qian! Ji Qianqing spoke and leaped into the sky. His light red hair emitted brilliance, and his eyes were as clear as the stars. His entire person began to emit an extraordinary aura, and his body was suffused with light. A man in a golden robe followed closely behind. He was Ren Yuan from the Ren family, and he looked extraordinary. His expression was unruly, and his long eyelashes formed a shallow arc on his unruly face. His aura fluctuated around him, and an ancient aura rippled as he soared into the sky. Let's fight! Yao Tianwu stepped out. His body began to flow with a mysterious light, as if he was the son of a god. He stepped into the void, and a mysterious and ancient aura pervaded the air. He was like a peerless ferocious beast. Especially his eyes, they were like two rotating stars. It was very terrifying. Feng Wuxia from the Feng family followed closely behind. His aura fluctuated, and a storm appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, it was a pair of slightly illusory wings that spread out, as if bringing about a storm. It set off his entire person and made him look divine and elegant. The number one hero did not want to fall behind. His aura was unique, and his brilliance was dazzling. It was as if he was ascending to the heavens. Jiang Yiting stepped out, and her long dress fluttered, as if she was untainted by the world. Her graceful and exquisite body emitted an invisible pressure that made people shudder. Among the crowd, Sun Qin also leaped into the sky. Her profound qi surged, and her dress fluttered in the wind. Her hair danced in the wind, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly aura. From her graceful body, there were dazzling talisman runes that were like divine flames that were pulsating. Lu Limo also moved. Her graceful figure swept across the sky, and her moving body outlined a seductive arc. Yuming glanced at Du Xiaofu with an unfriendly gaze. He followed closely behind Lu Limo, and the radiance on his body burned like divine flames. Rumble, the remaining supreme beings also began to soar into the sky. They wanted to reach the top of the sacred hall to fight for the human emperor's seal. Among the crowd, only Du Xiaofu and Lin Feng did not make any moves, which surprised everyone. Go, and see how far you can go. Du Xiaofu said to Lin Feng. He also wanted to know how far Lin Feng could go. Yes, master. Lin Feng nodded. With his age and state of mind, if it wasn't for his master, he would have long been unable to suppress the passion and excitement in his heart. Hearing his master's words, Lin Feng immediately soared into the sky. He wanted to compete with all the talented supreme beings. This was the greatest event of the human race. It was enough for him to be able to participate. It has begun. After the Lu family, the Lin family was fortunate enough to be able to stand on the small square and watch the event more clearly. Seeing Lin Feng soar into the sky, everyone from the Lin family was excited. They never thought that one day, a disciple of the Lin family would be able to participate in such a grand event. At this moment, the disciple of the Lin family, Lin Feng, was competing with all the young talents of the human race. This alone was enough to bring glory to the Lin family and make their name known everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All the supreme beings soared into the sky. Their auras were vast, and their radiance was dazzling. In the square, hundreds of millions of eyes were trembling. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, and they were boiling to the extreme. But soon, some of the talented and weak young supreme beings vomited blood and retreated. Some directly fell, unable to step forward. The pressure is too strong. Some of the supreme beings were discouraged. The higher they went, the more powerful the pressure was. They were not talented enough and did not even have the qualifications to get close to the human emperor's seal. Only a true supreme being could compete for the human emperor's seal. Although they were all supreme being talents, there were still differences between them. Moreover, those with supreme being talents might not necessarily be able to achieve supreme being nirvana. Moreover, there was a natural difference between supreme being nirvana. Greater supreme being nirvana and perfect nirvana were not comparable to lesser supreme being nirvana. Therefore, whether one was a dragon or a worm, the human emperor's seal was the best test. The experts of the various families and forces held their breaths and clenched their fists. To them, they were more nervous than the young supreme beings who were competing under the human emperor's seal. Brother Ren Yuan, you can do it. Sister Sun Qin, you must succeed. Some of the younger disciples of the various forces and clans were also cheering for the leaders of their respective forces and clans. Their voices soared into the sky. What's going on? That rock emperor doesn't seem to have made a move. That guy, could it be that he can't reach the top at all? Those with supreme talent may not necessarily be able to get close to the human emperor's seal. I reckon that rock emperor is afraid of Yuming, so he doesn't dare to go up. At this moment, aside from the supreme talents who hadn't fallen, only the rock emperor hadn't moved at all. He had been standing in place all this time. In front of the magnificent temple, golden light was dazzling, sacred and majestic. Silhouettes continued to fall from the sky, but there were also many extraordinary silhouettes ascending higher and higher. On the square, millions of gazes were blazing, and their blood was boiling. Boom, the terrifying pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Even Lu Limo, Yuming, Sun Qin, and the others started to slow down. Boom, some of the young supreme martial artists who could still persevere had already started to activate their martial veins and meridian spirits. Rumble, there were also spiritual roots that surged with power, trying to force their way up. Roar, above the temple, golden light was boundless. Occasionally, there was the sound of a dragon's roar. The golden light fluctuated, and it seemed to contain a mysterious power. The mist was thick, and the divine splendor flickered, as if it could suppress all living things. Pft! Lin Feng also began to vomit blood. His body was already covered with mysterious runes. His whole body emitted a faint purple-gold color, and there were electric arcs flashing. Around his body, there was a dragon's shadow circling, and a ferocious bird spreading its wings. It was extremely mysterious. Although Lin Feng is young, his body is so mysterious and vast. A sage realm expert said. He was very curious about Lin Feng. Such a supreme talent was extraordinary, and his body seemed to contain a huge secret. It was very profound. He was only at the martial emperor realm, but he was able to follow Ji Qianqing, Ren Yuan, and the others, which surprised him. Lin Feng's physical body is very mysterious and powerful. He's using his physical body to resist the pressure of the human emperor's qi. Feng Wanran said. His eyes shone. He had seen some clues. Lin Feng was actually using his physical body to resist the pressure of the human emperor's qi. Sun Ku smiled. This disciple was really shameless. He had surpassed many of the Sun family's supreme beings, and was only below Sun Qin. This was a big gain. There were originally dozens of supreme talents, but now there were only 20 or so left. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller. They had already reached the center of the temple, and the pressure had increased by another level. Go down. Suddenly, there was a terrifying aura in the void. Some of the supreme talents began to attack others. Rumble. Suddenly, there were many figures on the verge of breaking out. A mighty energy directly collided and swept out, shaking the void violently. All kinds of martial veins and meridian spirits were agitated. There were also spiritual talisman masters who activated the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. Roar, above the void, there was a beast's roar, and it was inexplicably shocking. Swish, suddenly, the void fluctuated, and an invisible energy wave surged out, turning into a terrifying energy hurricane. It descended from the void, as if it had turned into a void black hole, and was about to envelop Lin Feng in an instant. Under such an attack, with Lin Feng's cultivation of the martial emperor realm, he was not even affected. "Yu Ming, what are you doing?" Sun Qin's figure appeared in the void above Lin Feng. Her charming face looked cold, and a mighty aura surged. She raised her hand and a palm print shot out like lightning, resisting the energy attack. "Humph, if you're not strong enough, why should I keep you alive?" The one who had just attacked was Yu Ming. At this moment, he still had no intention of holding back. He was not in a hurry to ascend the temple, but continued to attack Lin Feng. He punched out his arm and swept towards Lin Feng. This was a member of the Lin family. Yu Ming wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate him, and this was the perfect opportunity. "This is a member of the Sun family. How dare you?" Sun Qin shouted. Within her graceful body, the mysterious runes on the surface of her body shone, turning into a terrifying power to protect her body. She condensed a hand print, and a long sword appeared in front of her. This was the Sun family's magical technique, and it blocked Yu Ming. The palm print and the sword light collided, and a blazing light burst out. The mysterious runes on the talisman shattered, and cracks appeared in the void. Pfft! Lin Feng spat out blood. He had just been affected. His strength was too low, and he could not withstand it. He fell down. Chapter 23:36. Du Xiaofu raised his hand, shook his arm, and pulled Lin Feng's falling body in front of him. Lin Feng stood up, his face pale. His injuries were not light, but they were not serious either. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at Yu Ming, who had already reached the waist of the sacred palace. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yu Ming was trying to kill Lin Feng. Pucci, another few young supremes fell. At this moment, other than Yu Ming, Sun Qin, the number one hero, Yao Tianwu, Ren Yuan, and Lu Limo, there were not many people left. Lin Feng had no chance to continue. Sun Qin's expression was cold, but she did not continue to be in a deadlock with Yu Ming. Humph! Yu Ming snorted coldly. He did not succeed in killing Lin Feng, and he was extremely unhappy. However, he did not continue to pursue. It was as he had imagined. Lin Feng had joined the Sun family, and it would not be easy to kill him on the spot. However, as long as he became the new human emperor, it would not be a problem to deal with a small Lin Feng in the future. Obtaining the human emperor's seal was the most important thing. Bang bang. However, Yu Ming vented the displeasure in his heart on the several young supreme martial artists beside him at this moment. With a wave of his hand, dazzling runes burst out, and the terrifying energy caused huge waves to appear in the space. The power was so overwhelming that it shook one's soul. At this moment, those who could step into the void were all seeds of supremes. They were all at the peak of their generation. However, these people were no match for Yu Ming, and several of them were immediately blasted down. Yu Ming seemed to have some scruples, but there was no hatred. He only blasted these people down, and did not use too much force. After all, behind these young supremes were the major clans and forces. Even if he became the new human emperor in the future, he still had to be careful. Rumble. Rumble. The young supreme's continuous attacks caused the void to tremble, and terrifying waves of air burst out. In the square and the small square seats in front of the sacred palace, countless people raised their heads and looked at the void in front of the sacred palace. At this moment, the strongest group of extraordinary young people in the human race were fighting for the human emperor's seal. The new human emperor would be born among them. So strong. Some people clenched their fists, and their hearts trembled. From the looks of it, only the few of them are capable of competing. An elder from a big family was secretly shocked. He could see that only Yuming, the number one hero, Lu Limo, and a few others were qualified to compete for the human emperor's seal. I wonder who will succeed in the end. Will there be a dark horse? It seemed that only Yuming and the others were qualified, especially Yuming. However, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. After all, strength was very important in the competition for the human emperor's seal, but it wasn't absolute. Everyone in the square stared at the confrontation in front of the divine temple with trembling eyes, afraid that they would miss any exciting scene in the battle between these young sovereigns. Seething cheers erupted and resounded through the sky. Too strong, Yuming, Sun Qin, Lu Limo, they are all too strong. Many people in the crowd were so excited that they clenched their fists. Their eyes were trembling. The difference in strength between them was too great. Looks like Yuming has the best chance of winning. Some people had been paying attention to Yuming. At this moment, Yuming was already in the lead. Finally, other than Yuming, Sun Qin, Lu Limo, Feng Wuxia and the other leaders of the big families, there were no other young sovereigns in the void in front of the divine temple. In the void, there was a strange atmosphere. The number one hero, Ren Yuan, Sun Qin, Feng Wuxia, Yao Tianwu, Lu Limo, Ji Qianqing and Jiang Yiting were all looking at Yuming. There was no doubt that whoever was in the lead would be the common opponent of everyone. Shoo! Lu Limo immediately made her move. Her slender hand formed a seal, and a sword light materialized and slashed towards Yuming. The sword light broke through the sky like a thunderbolt. Although she had yet to recover from her injuries, Lu Limo's strength was still terrifying. Although Yuming was high up, he was still obstructed by the sword light. Talisman runes surged out from his body, and he met the sword light with his fist. His aura was shocking, and he blocked Lu Limo's sword light. Roar! At this moment, Feng Wuxia also made his move against Yuming. The pair of wings behind him formed a windstorm, and it turned into a white giant lion. It was majestic, as if it was stepping on the windstorm, and it shrouded Feng Wuxia's body. At this moment, Feng Wuxia's aura skyrocketed, as if he could look down on all his opponents in the world. He then charged towards Yuming. Roar! The number one hero made his move at the same time. He waved his hand, and his body shone brightly. The shadow of a giant dragon appeared around him, and it swept towards Yuming with a monstrous aura. Rumble, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Ji Qianqing, Yao Tianwu and Ren Yuan did not want to be left behind. They attacked Yuming together, and they wanted to stop him. Everyone knew that Yuming was the strongest. Lu Limo had yet to recover from her injuries, and no one could stop Yuming alone. Several young primes attacked together, and the terrifying power was about to overturn the world. It was as if there was an endless amount of power. Runes intertwined, and dazzling light spread across the sky. Yuming's expression changed. With so many people attacking at the same time, he did not dare to be careless. He attacked with all his might, and he used his secret technique. It was as if he had brought a part of the world down to block them. Rumble. Boom. The sky in front of the divine temple shook violently as if it was about to shatter. They are too strong. They are all the top 10 masters on the heaven list. Boom. Countless eyes were fixed on the shocking battle, and it was simply thrilling. Dang dang, Yuming staggered in the energy wave, and he was pushed back. His face was gloomy, as if he had suffered a great loss. So many people were targeting him at the same time. Boom. The void was vast, and light shone brightly. Sun Qin, Lu Limo, and the number one hero had surrounded Yuming in a formation. They want to work together to get rid of the biggest threat. Sun family's Sun Bufan said. These young primes did not have a prior agreement, but at this moment, none of them wanted Yuming to succeed, and they wanted to work together to stop him. You want to work together? Yuming looked around, and his eyes were like lightning, and his expression was gloomy. Fighting for the human emperor's seal, there is no need to work together. The one who is fated will get it. The number one hero immediately made his move. His silhouette pounced forward, bringing with it a sea of resplendent talisman inscriptions that resembled a dazzling tide. It had to be said that the number one hero was very strong. His lightning-like attack was swift, fierce, and domineering. Sun Qin followed closely behind. Yu Ming had just attacked Lin Feng, and she would not be polite at this moment. Within her beautiful body, a terrifying energy wave spread out, accompanied by a shocking pressure. The terrifying power was shocking, and it caused the surrounding space to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out, and swept towards Yu Ming. Chapter 2337. Ren Yuan attacked, condensing supreme beast energy. Dazzling runes burst out, and violent energy swept out, causing the void to rumble. Ji Qianqing, Jiang Yiting, and the others followed closely behind, attacking together. A group of the top young supreme beasts of the human race were now jointly attacking and blocking Yu Ming, shocking everyone. In front of the sacred palace, in the Yu family's seats, everyone's expression was not good, and they were also very serious. Rumble, several powerful and terrifying attacks swept out, enveloping Yu Ming, and exploded in an instant. Walala, all kinds of runes shattered, and the void exploded. Cracks were torn in the void, and heaven and earth trembled. A large area of the void directly turned into a vacuum, and energy drowned everything. Where is Yu Ming? Everyone was stunned, and everyone's hearts were in their throats for Yu Ming. With so many top supreme beasts attacking together, even a saint-level cultivator would have to avoid them. Yu Ming would not be able to resist. Yu Ming should have had the best chance, but he was too arrogant, causing everyone to block him and attack him together, someone said. If Yu Ming was not so arrogant, he would have had the best chance, and would not have attracted the joint attack of so many supreme beasts. Behind the Ren Huang, Yu Bol's eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His expression was calm, and there was not much worry, as if he was confident. The void shattered, and dazzling runes spread out in the sky, so dazzling that it was difficult to see. When the terrifying energy slowly dissipated, everyone's eyes fell on the void where Yu Ming was just now. The vacuum there was slowly recovering, and a dazzling light gradually emerged from it. It was extremely dazzling, and divine splendor rippled. The light became more and more dazzling, flickering in millions of eyes, and a majestic figure was revealed. His body was covered by an ancient divine armor, and the runes emitted the most dazzling divine splendor. The terrifying aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the figure was like a god in the sky. This divine armor was very strange. It was not a material object, but it looked even more solid than a material object. It was like a crystal, but it also had a jade-like luster. Ancient talisman patterns flowed within it like blood. From the divine armor, the ancient aura was incomparably vast, as if it was channeling the power of heaven and earth. Faintly, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, causing the void to be vast and mighty. In the depths of the sky, arcs of lightning the size of an arm shuttled back and forth, connecting with the divine armor. It was a shocking sight that caused one's heart to tremble. "It's Yu Ming, he's fine." Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being surrounded by so many young supreme beings, Yu Ming was actually completely unharmed, Tianyuan Divine Armor. Yu Ming can already condense the Tianyuan Divine Armor. When that figure appeared, it was as if a deity had descended from the sky. Everyone in the seats before the sacred hall was moved, and some of them were shocked. Even the human emperor's eyes flickered at this moment. The Tianyuan Divine Armor is the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plane. Yu Ming has not set foot in the Saint Plane, but he can already condense it. "Unbelievable!" whispered an elder from a great force. The Tianyuan Divine Armor was the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plane. Only the Yu family's cultivators could condense it, and it was the ultimate evolution of their martial veins. Has Yu Ming already set foot in the Saint Plain? Some strong cultivators were shocked and secretly guessed that Yu Ming had already reached such a terrifying level and secretly set foot in the Saint Plain, becoming the number one person of the younger generation. The people in the seats of the great clans and forces began to look serious. That was the Tianyuan divine armor. They knew what it meant. Yu Ming seemed to have not set foot in the Saint Plain, but he had condensed the terrifying Tianyuan divine armor. What a strong pressure! Is that a divine weapon? In the square, some people were shocked, and their souls trembled. The divine armor shone brightly, and the pressure was vast and mighty. It seemed to be able to affect the martial veins in the body, making people want to kneel. In the fight for the human emperor's seal, no external objects or forces can be used. That is the Tianyuan divine armor condensed by the Yu family's Tianyuan martial veins. It is said that the Tianyuan divine armor is the symbol of the Yu family's cultivators in the Saint Plain. In the past, an ancestor of the Yu family was besieged by strong cultivators of the same level from the three beast alliances, but he condensed the Tianyuan divine armor and killed one of the strong cultivators of the beast alliance. He severely injured the other two and escaped unscathed. Whispered an elder, revealing the origin of the Tianyuan divine armor. The Yu family was definitely qualified to have their current status in the human clan. Yu Bol smiled, and his face was bright. He knew that these people would besiege him, but he had already prepared a trump card. The Yu family had prepared for so many years for this day. In order to let Yu Ming condense the Tianyuan divine armor, the Yu family paid a huge price, but it was all worth it. The position of human emperor fell into the Yu family's hands today. Yu Ming was in the air, looking around at the young supremes who had faintly surrounded him. His eyes were like thunder, bursting with a dazzling light. The Tianyuan divine armor shrouded him, and his might was vast and mighty. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, Yu Ming was in the air, and his divine power was dazzling. The number one hero, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Ji Qianqing, Feng Wuxia, Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, and Lu Limo were shrouded in light. They looked at Yu Ming, and their eyes flickered with light. Their expressions were solemn. I knew that you would join forces, but it's useless. You can't compete with me. Yu Ming looked around at the number one hero and the others, and his expression was confident and proud. He had waited for so many years for this day. He had been preparing since he was born. Today, he would shine on the entire human clan, and he would be peerless in this generation. The number one hero, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, Jiang Yiting, and the others secretly looked at each other. Tianyuan divine armor, but you haven't stepped into the saint realm. Do you really think you can suppress all of us? The number one hero spoke, and his voice was clear. When his voice fell, his body erupted with light, and mysterious runes covered his body. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the void above his head, like a heavenly drum being hammered. Then, 7 divine rings appeared in the void, spreading dazzling light as if they were alive. Roar! At the same time, a golden tiger appeared in front of the number one hero as if it was alive. It looked like it was about to pounce. The tiger roared in the sky, and its energy was like a golden wave rushing in all directions. At this moment, the number one hero was like a war god who had descended from the sky. Runes flowed, and the aura of the pinnacle of the undying realm burst out to the extreme. Golden-eyed heavenly tiger, supreme power, pinnacle of the undying realm. This is the true strength of the number one hero. The crowd was shocked. Golden-eyed heavenly tiger's meridian spirit, supreme nirvana, 7 divine rings, pinnacle of the undying realm. This was the true strength of the number 3 hero on the heaven list. A woo! Rumble, following closely behind the number 1 hero, the surrounding void beasts roared like thunder, and the sound of the heavens did not stop. Divine rings glowed like divine fire in the sky, appearing in the sky, vast and mighty. The meridian spirits that were like living creatures roared like thunder, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. There was a divine bird in the sky, and its voice pierced through gold and cracked stone. Its body was like a dark cloud, and its aura made people's hearts tremble. The aura of ferocious beasts spread out, causing the vast surroundings to tremble violently. Everywhere was filled with the aura of the Supreme Beast clan. Under such pressure, the whole place was silent, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The meridian spirits in their bodies were suppressed by the pressure. These beasts were like living creatures. Any one of them was from the Supreme Beast clan, and they were the meridian spirits of these young Supreme Beasts. There were 6 divine rings in the sky, and they were filled with dazzling light, enveloping the figures. They were like the sun in the sky, and their light was so dazzling that people could not look directly at them, causing the entire vast world to be filled with light. At this moment, Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, and the other young Supreme Beasts activated their meridian spirits, martial veins, and sovereign strength. They did not hold back their undying and indestructible auras, and each of them was like a god descending to the world. Their auras filled the world, and they looked down on the world. Such a terrifying aura shook the heavens, and the visual impact was like that of a legend. Lu Limo had yet to recover from her injuries, but she was still the most dazzling at this moment. Above her head, there were 9 divine rings burning in the sky, and they occupied half of the void. The sound of the heavens was vast and mighty, and it was like a heavenly drum being hammered. It made everyone tremble in fear, and the surrounding divine rings did not dare to compete with it. Light filled the air, and a graceful figure appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, Lu Limo's face was cold and enchanting. Her eyes were calm, and the aura of the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm was even stronger than the number 1 hero. Oh my God, this is the Supreme Beasts fighting for glory. Inside and outside the square, billions of figures trembled in fear. At that moment, the lineage souls and the resplendent figures all contained an endless amount of majesty. Such a battle could only be seen in the fight for the human emperor's seal. At this moment, even the yellow-robed old man and the other person beside the human emperor were secretly shocked. This batch of young Supreme Beasts was extraordinary. If they could all grow up, the human race would be able to take another step forward. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly, and he was also interested. These young Supreme Beasts were indeed not simple, and they were not inferior to the young Supreme Beasts of the Beast Alliance. It was no wonder that the Beast Alliance did not dare to invade the human race. From the strength and talent of these young Supreme Beasts, one could roughly understand the foundation of the human race. Looks like you guys have not been idle all these years. Yu Ming looked at the figures around him who were not holding back at all. His eyes shone brightly. All these years, none of them had been slacking off. They had all been cultivating diligently in preparation for this day. If he did not have any trump cards up his sleeves, he might not be able to stand up against these people today. Now, do you still think that you can suppress us? The number 1 elite asked. He knew that he might not be able to stop Yu Ming alone, but with so many people at the top of the heaven leaderboard joining forces, even a true Nirvana Realm Supreme would have to retreat. Who below the Saint Realm could resist them? Then you can try. Yu Ming said, and he seemed to be confident. Then I'll try. Yes. Yao Tianwu said, and his hair fluttered. The sacred bird meridian spirit in front of him flapped its wings and shook the sky. His figure was like lightning, and his aura was vast and mighty. The vision in the sky shrouded Yu Ming. Yao Tianwu is also very strong, and he doesn't seem to be much weaker than the number 1 elite. The surrounding people were secretly amazed by Yao Tianwu's strength. Rumble. Rumble. Awu. As Yao Tianwu made his move, the figures of the 9 heaven supremes began to move too. Terrifying auras of the 9 heaven supremes burst out. At this moment, all the supreme beasts used their full strength to suppress Yu Ming, fight for the human emperor's seal, and eliminate their biggest opponent. At this moment, no one held back, and they used their full strength. Yu Ming was everyone's target, and no one could do anything to him alone. Too strong, too terrifying. Yes. Those are the real supreme beasts, dragons and phoenixes among men, and each of them is incomparably powerful. Yes. Inside and outside the square, hundreds of millions of eyes were dumbfounded, and they were trembling with fear. Through the distorted void, there was no leakage of energy, but they could still feel the terror and strength of those supreme beasts. In front of the sacred palace, the supreme beasts fought for glory, and their auras were terrifying. At this moment, these young supreme beasts activated countless great techniques and great magical powers, and their meridian spirits were vast and mighty, and their energy was monstrous, shocking everyone. At this moment, even the experts of the major families in the seats were secretly trembling when they saw the strength of these young supreme beasts. Some experts were secretly worried for Yu Ming. With so many supreme beasts attacking with their full strength, Yu Ming seemed to be able to withstand it with his own strength. The fight for the human emperor's seal is very intense this time. Beside the human emperor, the yellow-robed elder who was surrounded by the imperial palace's dragon aura could not help but whisper at this moment. He had seen the fight for the human emperor's seal more than once, but it was the first time he saw so many supreme beasts attacking one person together. Rumble. In front of the sacred palace, the runes spread out brilliantly, and there was a real roar in the void, which was vast and mighty, as if the void was going to be overturned. That kind of direct confrontation made one's blood boil just by looking at it. At the same time, everyone could not help but gasp for Yu Ming. The strength of these young supreme beasts was too shocking, and their strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Yao Tianwu, the number one hero, Ji Qianxing, Feng Wuxia, and the others attacked together, and used all their strength to stop Yu Ming. As you wish then. Yu Ming was in the sky, and his expression became fierce, and the aura on his body rose. His aura was domineering, and it seemed to have an invincible aura, which made people's hearts tremble. This is my true strength, and I will suppress all of you. At the same time, Yu Ming shouted, and a brilliant light was released. The mysterious runes of the heavenly origin divine armor on the surface of his body surged, and in the void behind him, 8 divine rings appeared, and even a 9th divine ring appeared, but its light was dim, as if it was going to be extinguished. However, it continued to emit a faint light, and a terrifying aura suddenly descended on this part of the sky. At this moment, Yu Ming did not hold back, and his aura was vast and mighty in the sacred palace, and it rushed to the sky. Sage-to-be, Yu Ming has reached the sage-to-be level. In the seats in front of the sacred palace, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. It turned out that Yu Ming had reached the sage-to-be level. Yu Ming's nirvana power is increasing, and he is close to the grand supreme nirvana. An elder was shocked. Although there were precedents of a supreme nirvana power increasing, it was too rare. Any increase in a supreme nirvana was not only a great increase in strength, but also a great improvement in one's comprehension. Yu Ming originally only had 8 divine rings, and although the 9th divine ring was dim, it was not extinguished, which meant that he had reached the sage-to-be level. Chapter 23:38. Dazhang, it seems like Yu Ming has improved a lot over the years. Beside the human emperor, the yellow-robed old man was also shocked. He looked at Yu Bol and asked. My Yu family's ancestor left something behind, and it was obtained by Yu Ming. Yu Bol smiled brightly. He had already expected all of this. Boom! Everything took a long time to describe, but the supreme martial artists collided in the blink of an eye. One by one, the supreme martial artists collided, and the overflowing aura shattered the surrounding space. Countless eyes below trembled, and even the human meridian spirit couldn't help but tremble. The human meridian spirit surged, roaring like thunder. The divine ring was as bright as the sun, and the wind and thunder clashed. Rumble, the eruption of such a vast and mighty force made people want to crawl, and even their souls were about to be shattered. Around Lu Limo's graceful figure, a dazzling light spread out like a miracle, illuminating her figure like an immortal. With a kind of untainted pressure, countless materialized sword rays whizzed out. Sun Qin's eyes were clear, and the aura on her body made the void tremble. The light was resplendent, and it was as if a saintess had descended. Jiang Yiting's beautiful figure was also covered by a set of armor that was like a burning divine flame. It released a bright light, and the aura was ancient and boundless. Fight! Yao Tianwu shouted, and the runes on his body shone brightly. He attacked with all his strength, and his human meridian spirit roared. With the support of the supreme nirvana spirit, the surging aura was like a mighty army galloping, and the void kept shattering. These supreme martial artists swept towards Yuming, causing the void to boil. The runes drowned out everything, and the terrifying energy was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. It made the various experts in the seats in front of the sacred hall tremble secretly. Too strong, too strong. Fight! In the square, everyone was stunned. At this moment, the strength that these supreme martial artists had unleashed was so terrifying. Is that all? Fight! Fight! Yuming fought with all his strength. All kinds of hand seals were formed, and all kinds of methods were activated. It was as if he had brought up a world. The heavenly origin divine armor around him was like a sacred halo, and the 9 divine rings were as bright as the sun. Bang, bang, bang. Wave after wave of mighty force collided fiercely, and the sound was ear-splitting, shaking the soul. Come, suppress all of you. Yuming's entire body was covered in flowing light. The heavenly origin divine armor was like a divine spirit. I am only half a step away from the saint realm. I am also a great sovereign. Who can contend against me? Yuming continued to shout loudly. His voice was sonorous and deafening. The divine spirit in his eyes was gorgeous like thunder. The light of the heavenly origin divine armor surged like waves, making him look even more extraordinary. Do it with all your might. The number 1 hero shouted loudly, already erupting with all his strength, causing the void to rumble. A terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire void as he attacked Yuming with all his strength. Rumble. Lu Limo's wrist moved, and thousands of swords gathered around her, forming a shadow of a long sword. Her aura was so powerful that it could destroy everything. Fight! Ji Qianqing's hair fluttered in the wind as divine light lingered around him. His palm print erupted with thunderous rays of light and collided directly with Yuming. Attacks continued to collide one after another, creating ear-splitting sounds. Dazzling symbols rushed out in all directions like waves. Rumble. The energy violently collided, and the mysterious runes on the broken talisman shone brightly. Then, the broken talisman symbols intertwined like waves. Finally, a pulse soul phantom shattered, and a figure appeared. It was Yao Tianwu. Puqi. Puqi. Yao Tianwu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body immediately fell from the sky. I said, you are not enough. Yuming's voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying light fluctuation soared hundreds of feet high, and energy surged like waves. The fluctuation of the 9 divine rings sealed a large area of space, enveloping the number 1 hero, Lu Limo, and the others. Yuming is so powerful. Puqi. The eyes of the people from the various forces and families were filled with astonishment. Yuming's strength had exceeded their imagination. Break! Puqi. Lu Limo shouted. Her 9 divine rings were also in the sky, but they were more dazzling than Yuming's. They converged into a mysterious force that was like a huge wave, trying to break through Yuming's seal. However, Lu Limo's 9 divine rings were obviously more dazzling, but at this moment, she was suppressed and couldn't break through. Give it your all. The number 1 hero, Yao Tianwu, and the others all had serious expressions. They all gave it their all. Yu Ming was indeed unable to withstand the combined might of everyone at this time, and the confined space immediately exploded like a rotten twig. Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, the sky trembled. Yu Mingtian's majestic figure that was covered by his Yuan divine armor had already appeared in front of Yao Tianwu. Bright electric arcs surged around him as he punched out. Puchi, Yao Tianwu spat out blood, and the light on his body dimmed. His pulse soul and 6 divine rings faded, and his body fell. Brother Yu Ming is invincible. In the seats in front of the sacred palace, many young men and women of the Yu family behind the experts of the Yu family trembled, and the blood in their bodies boiled. They raised their arms and cheered. Yu Bol smiled, and the experts of the Yu family laughed. Suppress. Yu Ming continued to attack with an aura that could crush everything. Puchi, Jiang Yiting, Feng Wuxia, Ji Qianqing, and Ren Yuan were injured one after another. They spat out blood and retreated. Bang! One of Sun Qin's hand imprints landed on Yu Ming's body with a mighty force, causing his heavenly origin divine armor to shine brightly. The talisman engravings seemed to have come alive, surging like waves, no longer calm. Dang dang! Yu Ming's figure staggered back a few steps, but the heavenly origin divine armor on his body immediately returned to normal. He sneered, and his palm condensed at the same time. A beast shadow condensed and rushed up to the sky. Finally, it shattered and disappeared, and like lightning, it strangely intertwined around Sun Qin. Roar! But immediately, the beast shadow strangely condensed in front of Sun Qin again, and it let out a thunderous roar, causing the void to tremble. It crashed into Sun Qin fiercely. Sun Qin's eyes were filled with shock, but it was too late. She was directly hit, and her delicate body was sent flying. She spat out blood and fell. Her pulse soul was also shattered, and she was severely injured. Brother Yu Ming, who dares to compete with you? When the disciples of the Yu family saw this scene, they cheered incessantly, and their eyes trembled with excitement. At this moment, only the number 1 hero and Lu Limo were left. Lu Limo's eyes were bright, and she looked at Yu Ming. On her cold and enchanting face, there was a soul-stirring power in her eyes, and she looked very dignified. Roar! The golden pulse soul golden tiger in front of the number 1 hero roared, and it didn't stop. It pounced towards the beast shadow in front of Yu Ming. At the same time, its figure moved like lightning, and it attacked again with a palm strike. Number 1 hero, you're not enough. Suppress. Yu Ming didn't retreat, and instead, he moved forward. His figure crossed the void, and he sneered with a gloomy face. He condensed a palm strike, and it was like a strange beast was pouncing. Terrifying waves of air surged, and with a terrifying aura, it swept towards the number 1 hero's cage. The two palms collided, and the mysterious runes on the talisman emitted ripples. The two of them collided several times in a flash, causing the void to tremble violently. A thunderous muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in the void in front of the sacred palace. Go down! Yu Ming shouted. On the heavenly origin divine armor, a vast and mighty force swept out, resisting the number 1 hero. He took the opportunity to throw a fist strike, and it fell like a meteorite. In the void above his head, 9 mighty divine rings appeared. Rumble! Rumble! A large patch of dazzling runes shattered, and terrifying energy ripples suddenly swept out like a stormy sea. The impact caused the surroundings to shake and collapse. Qi La, the number 1 hero's body was pushed back, and he spat out sovereign blood. In the end, he couldn't stop it. Suppress. Yu Ming didn't stop, and he suppressed the void with the power of the 9 divine rings. His figure was like lightning, and he continued to attack the number 1 hero. Puchi, the number 1 hero, defended himself in panic. He wasn't weak, and was one of the top sovereigns in the younger generation of the human race. However, he couldn't stop Yu Ming anymore. He spat out blood, and his pulse soul was affected and suppressed. Pucci. The number one hero was heavily injured again, and he fell down while spitting out blood. His pulse soul dimmed and shattered, and he heavily smashed into the square. At this moment, only Yu Ming and Lu Limo were left in the void in front of the sacred palace. Both of them were dazzling, and one was like a god, while the other was like a banished immortal. The number one hero, Yao Tianwu, Feng Wuxia, Ren Yuan, Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, and the others stood in the square in front of the sacred palace. Their faces were pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. They looked disappointed, unwilling, and shocked. Yu Ming was so tyrannical that he surpassed them by a large margin. There are only 2 people left. It seems like the result has been decided. In the seats, the experts from the various major families and forces had complicated expressions. No one could stop the Yu family. The top young sovereigns in their families had been defeated, and they had no chance to fight. There's still the Rock Emperor. He hasn't made a move yet. Someone said. At this moment, everyone had no chance to fight, but the Rock Emperor hadn't made a move yet. He was just standing in the square. Not everyone is qualified. I'm afraid he's not even qualified to get close to the human Emperor's seal. I don't know how that guy managed to leave his name on the heaven ranking, but he definitely doesn't dare to go up and embarrass himself. It's said that the Rock Emperor once killed the Black Knight Corps' main region expert. He should be quite strong. So what? Can he be compared to Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, and the number one hero? So many sovereigns working together couldn't defeat Yu Ming. Some people discussed in low voices. Everyone had been defeated, and only Lu Limo, Yu Ming, and the mysterious Rock Emperor were left. Yu Ming was in the air. At this moment, he was shrouded in light, and his face was slightly pale. It was difficult for him to defeat the number one hero and the others. Looking around, Yu Ming listened to the cheers and waving of arms. Then, he looked down at the square below, and his eyes landed on Du Xiaofu. His voice was like thunder as he said, "Kid, don't you even have the courage to come up?" His voice spread throughout the area, and it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Yu Ming did it on purpose. He wanted Lu Limo to know that the kid with unknown origins couldn't be compared to him. That kid didn't even have the qualifications to stand beside him. Hearing Yu Ming's words, everyone's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Would the Rock Emperor make a move after being called out by Yu Ming? If it was the number one hero, Ren Yuan, Ji Qianqing, Feng Wuxia, and the others, they would definitely fight even if they knew that they were no match for him. Du Xiaofu had been watching the fight between the Nirvana sovereigns. He was taking the opportunity to observe and comprehend the various ancient and vast methods of the human race. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques outside actually had traces of the human race's methods and cultivation techniques. They should have been derived from these methods and cultivation techniques. After countless years, many methods and branches were formed. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. Even the number one hero just now, Yao Tianwu, and the others, most likely had different methods and cultivation methods from their ancestors. With the passage of time and the passing down of generations, there would be a lot of influence. Some cultivation methods and methods might be stronger, but there were also some that might have lost their original might. However, no matter how many changes there were, they would still remain the same. If one could comprehend them to the extreme, they might be able to return to their original state and reach the pinnacle, deriving the essence. No matter how many changes there are, they would still remain the same. Du Xiaofu seemed to have comprehended something. He thought of the sky-splitting 3 swords that he had been painstakingly trying to comprehend recently. However, he still couldn't completely comprehend it. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His eyes were in a daze as he fell into deep thought. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was pondering about the sky-splitting 3 swords. The sky-splitting 3 swords could reflect space. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even slice space. According to the cultivation method, it could be said to be the final sword. It could slice space in all directions and completely slice space. Can the sky-splitting three swords truly slice space? Du Xiaofu pondered. Even if a Saint Realm cultivator could pierce through space and cross space, it was actually not true control of space. It could be seen from the wormholes built by Saint Realm cultivators. Although it seemed safe, it was also dangerous. Once space collapsed, it was enough to destroy everything. Sometimes, it was not absolutely safe for Saint Realm cultivators to travel through space. Once they encountered spatial turbulence, it could be enough to kill them. However, Du Xiaofu thought of the desolate ancient space. The desolate ancient space was related to time, but it could actually affect time. In the desolate ancient space, time was slow. The flow of time was only 1/10 of the outside world. Since time could be affected, then space could certainly be affected as well. It could even be completely cut off. Because time and space were a kind of relative material existence. They were inseparable. It was just that their forms of existence were different. Du Xiaofu was pondering. Space and time were relative material objects. They were only forms of existence. However, they were inseparable. If space was regarded as a huge space, then this space was one. After one was split, there would be different forms of existence, different states of movement and other differences. What is space? Du Xiaofu was pondering. If he wanted to comprehend the sky-splitting three swords, then he must first understand what space was. Saint Realm cultivators could already control some space power. However, it was a completely different matter to truly comprehend space thoroughly. Du Xiaofu had been pondering about this issue for a long time. He had come to some conclusions. The measurement of the difference in position between objects could be called space. However, space included too many things. For example, the change in position of space was measured by time. Space was also expressed by length, width, height and size. It was usually referred to as four directions, up and down. There was. At the same time, space was also divided into absolute space and relative space. Perhaps space is just a relative concept. It constitutes the abstract concept of things. The abstract concept of things exists with reference to space. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. At this moment, he was lost in thought. He completely ignored Yuming. At this moment, he indeed didn't hear Yuming's words. He was only pondering about space. Because of the existence of space, things could change. Space was an object without energy. When things could change, the energy produced by the change would cancel out the energy obstructing it. Although space was still, no matter how one moved in this space, including speed and strength, it wouldn't change the static state of space. In other words, it was moving together with space. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's complete disregard of Yuming was somewhat special in the eyes of the hundreds of millions of people present. He hasn't gone up yet. Now, he's also indifferent. It seems that he's deliberately hiding. It seems that this Rock Emperor doesn't live up to his reputation. I'm afraid that the guy called Rock Emperor is really afraid. Of course he's afraid. Yuming defeated so many young supremes by himself. How powerful is he? How dare that Rock Emperor go up and be humiliated? Among the densely packed crowd, many people had heard that the mysterious young sovereign Rock seemed to have a huge conflict with the Yu clan. They had heard a lot of rumors. At this moment, when they saw the Yu clan's Yuming shouting, the Rock Emperor remained indifferent. He didn't respond at all and didn't go up to fight for it. Perhaps he was afraid of Yuming. After all, the strength Yuming had just displayed was too shocking. What Rock Emperor? He's afraid of death. He must know that he's no match for Brother Yuming even if he goes up, so he's simply pretending to be deaf and dumb. The fifth on the heaven ranking is actually a coward. The young disciples of the Yu clan mocked and ridiculed without restraint. Their voices were deliberately mixed with Xian Qi and spread throughout the square. Humph, how can Lord Rock Emperor be afraid? The people of the Lin village in the Lu clan seats naturally heard the mocking and ridiculing at this moment. They were very angry, but with their current status and identity, they could only be angry and displeased. Elder Lu, Lu Qingping, Lu Mingma, and the other members of the Lu clan were also very puzzled at this moment, especially Lu Mingma. Rock Emperor had clearly promised to help block Yu Ming with all his strength, but at this moment, he didn't go up. He didn't even respond to Yu Ming's shouts. Yu Ming was about to succeed in fighting for the human emperor's seal. He doesn't even have the courage to fight for the human emperor's seal. Sigh, in the Yu clan seats, an expert spoke. His voice was faint, and he deliberately let out a sigh. His disdain was not expressed in words. Behind the human emperor, Yu Bol also had a smile on his face. It seemed that the Rock Emperor of unknown origins was no longer a concern. It wouldn't be too late to find an opportunity to get rid of him in the future. Yu Ming stepped into the void, his Tianyuan divine armor glowing. He looked down with a cold smile. Seeing that the person didn't respond, he was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 2339. You don't even have this bit of courage. You're just an ordinary person. Yu Ming retracted his gaze from Du Xiaofu and looked at Lu Limo. His expression turned into a smile as he said, Limo, you're still injured. If you really want the human emperor's seal, I won't fight for it. You can also take back what you've said. For you, I'm willing to give up everything. Yu Ming's voice resounded in all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, it caused a commotion. He's too infatuated. Back then, he risked his life to save her. Now, he's willing to give up the human emperor's seal. This kind of infatuation can move the heavens and earth. He can even give up the human emperor's seal. If someone does this to me, I'll have no regrets in my life. Many girls in the crowd felt their hearts pounding violently. For Lu Limo, Yu Ming was willing to give up the human emperor's seal. This kind of infatuation was moving. This Yu Ming is really infatuated with Lu Limo. Many people in the crowd were whispering to each other, and their eyes were secretly moved. Everyone knew what the human emperor's seal represented. For Lu Limo, Yu Ming was willing to give up the human emperor's seal. This kind of infatuation, how many people could do it? Humph, if he's really that infatuated, he wouldn't have said it so clearly. Lu Limo snorted. He never believed in Yu Ming. If Yu Ming was really that infatuated with his sister, he wouldn't have said it so loudly. If you don't have the human emperor's seal, it's useless for anyone to give it up. There's no need to say anything else. Let's do it. Lu Limo said softly. Her voice was like the sound of nature. Boom. Boom. As Lu Limo's voice fell, the surrounding space rumbled. A dazzling mysterious rune covered her alluring body, making her graceful figure even more dazzling. The aura on her body continued to rise in an instant. In just 2 breaths, Lu Limo's aura had risen to the level of a sage-to-be. It had surpassed the pinnacle of the immortal realm and was not below Yu Ming. The 9 divine rings above her head was even more dazzling and resplendent. Heavenly sounds continued to rumble as her aura increased. Looking at Lu Limo's surging aura, Yu Ming's eyes flashed with an undetectable fluctuation and his expression turned complicated. On the other hand, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Sun Qin, number 1 hero, and the others were all secretly shocked. Lu Limo was indeed Lu Limo. Even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, she was still so terrifying. If Lu Limo did not suffer any injuries, Yu Ming would not be able to get what he wanted today. So the Lu family's martial veins can reach such a level. Sensing the aura on Lu Limo's body, the various families and experts in the seats were shocked. The Lu family's martial vein was very strange. Although it could improve one's cultivation, for ordinary Lu family disciples, it could not reach a particularly abnormal level. However, Lu Limo was different. She was at the pinnacle of the undying and indestructible realm, which meant that she was infinitely close to the holy martial realm. This was absolutely abnormal and was enough to crush ordinary cultivators of the same level. If Lu Limo goes all out, she should be able to end the battle quickly. There were also people who noticed that Lu Limo had yet to recover from her injuries. She was fighting with all her might and might not be able to hold on for long. Buzz buzz, just as he expected, Lu Limo did not waste any time. She instantly attacked, bringing along the sovereign's strength. Her graceful figure was as fast as lightning, and her energy was vast and mighty. Her white wrists danced, and as she condensed her hand seals, tens of thousands of illusory sword lights swept out. Swoosh swoosh, the sword light overflowed into the sky like resplendent thunderbolts. Runes intertwined, and wherever it passed, a pitch-black crack appeared in the space. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Yuming. Such a sword light was like a thunderbolt wreaking havoc. Divine light burst forth as if it was going to destroy the vault of heaven. Looking at it from afar, people's minds were shaken and their souls trembled. Limo, be careful. Boom. Yuming opened his mouth. The surrounding space was vast and mighty. He pushed out his hand and there was a purple mist in the center of his palm. It was as if a purple mist had appeared in the sky and blurred the void. The purple clouds contained a mysterious and mighty power. They actually managed to block the lightning sword radiance, which made people exclaim in admiration. Lu Limo's expression didn't change at all. Her graceful figure quickly rushed out. Light enveloped her body, and her figure was moving. Her slender hand slashed through the air. Her arm was sparkling, and ancient runes filled the air. It was as if a meteorite had descended from the heavens, crushing towards Yuming. Yuming did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and covered his body with his heavenly origin spirit armor. He ignored everything. This man and woman were the leaders of the younger generation of the human race. In an instant, they had exchanged several blows. Every time the two of them clashed, it was as if the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. It shook the heavens and burst out with resplendent runes. Above the sacred palace, light fluctuated. In the void, ancient runes appeared from time to time. They merged with the heavens and earth and burst out with endless power. At this moment, the battle between the man and woman was a true battle between sovereigns. Compared to Yuming's battle with several sovereigns, it was far more shocking. Rumble, in an instant, the two sovereigns had activated their trump cards. Sovereign force, martial veins, pulse spirits and various other methods. There were also various ancient powers that appeared, causing the universe to tremble and the heavens and earth to shake. Hundreds of millions of eyes were dazzled and shocked. Below the sage realm, there was no one who could compare with them. They were the strongest young sovereigns of the human race. They were the future of the human race. Lu Limo's eyes were clear, her body was delicate, and her waist was slender as if it was boneless. However, at this moment, the power that erupted from Cheng caused the void in front of the sacred hall to tremble. Ancient talisman runes and energy radiance wrapped around her body as she continuously attacked. Yuming's body was majestic and his aura was vast. It was as if a deity had descended. The two of them continued to exchange blows. It was extremely violent and fast to the point that many people could not see it clearly. They could only see that the light was like a thunderstorm. Various energy lights bloomed and energy waves fluctuated. Everyone gasped. Such a battle was too shocking. If it was not for the seal in front of the sacred palace, this place would have been destroyed long ago. In the seats, the experts from the various families and forces were watching closely, afraid that they would miss something. The human emperor, the yellow-robed elder, Yu Bol and the others were also looking at the void. Limo, I won't hold back. Finally, the expression on Yuming's face changed slightly. He condensed a handprint and his aura fluctuated. 7 punches were thrown out consecutively. The shadows of the punches swept out and overlapped with each other. With each punch, the power increased by a large margin. In the end, the 7 punches were condensed into one, shaking the void and causing wind and thunder to rumble. This is the 7 Injuries Violent Fist. It was left behind by a human ancestor from the sacred palace. There are very few sovereigns who can successfully comprehend it. Yuming has succeeded and comprehended the 7 Injuries Violent Fist. Such a punch made even the Sage Realm cultivators in the seats change their expressions. The 7 Injuries Violent Fist was very terrifying. It was left behind by a human ancestor. Its power could suppress the heavens and earth and cause the void to explode. Earthquake Seal. Yuming punched out and Lu Limo's expression changed. Her right arm glowed and her arm seemed to be covered with a lightning-like radiance. Accompanied by the sound of the heavens, a palm print appeared as if it was a heavenly seal. The palm print collided with the fist print and a dazzling light burst out. Suppress! Yuming shouted. The fist print changed and turned into a palm print. The surrounding void seemed to explode with Tao sounds. It was like a heavenly drum had suddenly been hammered, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Lu Limo's handprint changed and a palm print instantly retracted. At the same time, mist filled the air and a finger shot out. It was clearly just a finger imprint, yet it carried with it a vast amount of energy. It was as if thousands upon thousands of mountains were crashing down, causing all living beings to tremble. Even though they were separated by the void, they could still feel the boundless pressure. Such a collision seemed to be able to overturn the heavens. Various runes rushed into the sky and covered the surroundings. It was as if they were going to destroy the void together. It was a terrifying scene. Deng Deng, Lu Limo and Yuming were both pushed back. Lu Limo was blasted away by a powerful force. She continued to form hand seals to stabilize her body as she staggered back. Pucci, however, the moment her body stabilized, Lu Limo let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. Lu Limo is injured. Some people were shocked. Although it wasn't strange, they were still shocked. The Lu family members looked extremely solemn at this moment. Lu Limo is actually defeated. Some people couldn't understand. Lu Limo was the number 1 on the heaven board and was a true Nirvana realm Grand Sovereign. She was so powerful, but she was injured by Yuming. The two of them are about the same. Lu Limo has the upper hand. However, Lu Limo was severely injured by a sacred beast realm demonic beast in the Beast Alliance's territory. She has yet to recover from her injuries. Someone said. If Lu Limo wasn't injured, she wouldn't have been at a disadvantage. Lu Limo was pushed back and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, her expression didn't change. She wasn't depressed either. It was as if she wasn't happy or worried. The runes on her body shone brighter and the 9 divine rings above her head fluctuated as if they were about to merge with her body. Whoosh 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 whoosh, sword radiance shot out from Lu Limo's body once again. However, this time, there were only 9 swords that emitted a crystal clear light. These 9 swords were like real objects. The cold light was sharp and had the power of thunder. The ancient runes were accompanied by lightning-like radiance. It was extremely terrifying. These 9 swords flew out too quickly, piercing through space. They surged with the wind, as if they were going to turn into 9 sword dragons. They carried 9 divine rings, the power of a great supreme being, about to overturn the universe and shatter it. Irregular scenes appeared in the void. 9 dragon sky slashing sword. When these 9 swords were like 9 sword dragons, the experts from the various major forces and families couldn't help but exclaim. 9 dragon sky slashing sword. Since the death of the Sword Saint's oil lamp 10,000 years ago, no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. I didn't expect Lu Limo to succeed. Sun Wu couldn't help but exclaim to the young disciples of the Sun family. Nine Dragons Sky-Slashing Sword was a powerful technique of the human race. Lu Limo succeeded in her cultivation. The human emperor said with golden light in his eyes. Awo! A deep roar could be heard. Facing the 9 sword dragons, a bright light appeared behind Yu Ming's back. It shrouded the void as if it could protect everything. Faint beastly roars could be heard as it blocked the 9 swords. Swoosh, 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 Lu Limo soared into the sky as the 9 swords flashed past with 9 pitch-black spatial cracks. They shattered the bright light around Yu Ming and disappeared from his body. Crack, crack, at the same time, the heavenly origin divine armor on Yu Ming's body emitted cracking sounds as small cracks appeared. His face paled a lot, but the cracks on his body healed as the runes shone. At this moment, Lu Limo's injuries seemed to have been severely affected. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this moment, Yu Ming seemed to have been prepared. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch in front of Lu Limo. A mighty aura accompanied by a bright light swept out. Lu Limo's face was pale as her hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind. She didn't say a word and was still very calm. However, at this moment, there was a hint of determination in Lu Limo's eyes. She stared at the incoming fist. Although she could not avoid it, she did not retreat, nor did she have any intention of dodging it. She stretched out her crystal-clear arm and formed a seal. Amidst the intertwining of the ancient runes, there was a faint dragon roar. Roar, 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 the dragon's roar was deafening and a mighty aura instantly descended. This is the real 9 Dragons Sky-Slashing Sword. Lu Limo's voice was still calm. Amidst the intertwining of the ancient runes in front of her, there were 9 giant dragons that appeared. However, they only flashed for a moment before they turned into a sword shadow that was as bright as lightning. In front of the sword shadow, the void collapsed and destroyed everything. It was pointed at Yu Ming's forehead. At this moment, Yu Ming's punch had already arrived in front of Lu Limo. It was obvious that Lu Limo was prepared. She wanted to exchange a blow for a blow. In this situation where she had yet to recover from her injuries, she was burning her life force. Lu Limo knew that she didn't have the strength to continue the stalemate. She could only take it head-on. If Yu Ming didn't retreat, he would be severely injured again. In addition to his previous injuries, he would be severely injured. Even with the support of the human race's resources, he wouldn't be able to recover in 8 to 10 years. For a young sovereign like Lu Limo, it would be difficult for her to recover from such injuries. Her foundation and future would be destroyed and she might even die on the spot. If Yu Ming retreated by himself, he might be seriously injured. It was obvious that Yu Ming would retreat, but Lu Limo wouldn't. Although Lu Limo's attack wasn't enough to kill Yu Ming, it was enough to defeat him and make him lose the opportunity to fight for the human emperor's seal. Yu Ming knew that this would happen and his expression instantly changed. Yu Ming never thought that Lu Limo would completely disregard her own safety. She was risking her life to fight with him. If he retreated, he might lose the opportunity. If he didn't, Lu Limo's foundation would be severely damaged and she might even die on the spot. This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. It happened too quickly, and Lu Limo's plan naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the experts present. And Chapter 2340. Oh no, beside the human emperor, the yellow-robed elder exclaimed. The death of either of the 2 young sovereigns of the human clan would be a great loss to the entire human clan. He did not want anything to happen to Lu Limo, but Lu Limo did it on purpose. Her speed was too fast, not to mention the sudden change. Even the Saint Realm experts behind the human emperor would not be able to intervene in time. Moreover, they could not interfere in the fight for the human emperor's seal. Limo, why are you doing this? You know that you are no longer my opponent after being injured. Yu Ming said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Although it was flickering, it was ruthless and determined. If he retreated, he would lose the chance to become the new emperor. If he did not retreat, he would be injured at most, but Lu Limo would lose without a doubt. She might even die on the spot. However, in an instant, Yu Ming made a choice between becoming the new emperor and Lu Limo. After becoming the new emperor, there would be no woman in the human race who would not fall into his arms. How could petty love compare to his great ambition? Even 100 Lu Limo would not be able to compare to him. It was a long story, but the battle was over in an instant. It was too late for anyone to intervene. Lu Limo could not dodge at all. Yu Ming's fist was dazzling, and the energy was vast. It was like a meteorite that was rushing towards her. Lu Limo's sword shattered the void. However, a mysterious rune rushed out in front of Yu Ming. The heavenly origin divine armor on his body was squirming, and it appeared in front of the sword radiance, turning into a mysterious shield. Heavenly origin divine shield. Yu Bol smiled. This was the heavenly origin divine shield, the heavenly origin divine armor that was formed by the heavenly origin martial vein. It could be condensed in a small area, and the defensive power would be increased by several times. With Yu Ming's current strength, an attack from a Saint Realm expert would not be much of a problem, not to mention Lu Limo, who had not reached the Saint Martial realm. A smile appeared on Lu Limo's face. There was no fear on her face. Instead, there was a sense of relief. Lu Limo did this on purpose. She offered the conditions to test Yu Ming. If Yu Ming was really willing to retreat for her, then she might be wrong. However, Yu Ming did not retreat. Lu Limo knew that she was not wrong. This result was also a relief. Boom! The space collapsed. Someone saw Lu Limo spit out blood from her red lips. The blood of a supreme being glowed and emitted waves of energy. The 9 divine rings above her head were collapsing inch by inch. The talismans on her body were also dimming. Rumble, then, everything became chaotic. The space collapsed layer by layer, and the light was so bright that nothing could be seen. The entire place changed color and became deathly silent. Lu Limo will lose for sure. In the Yu clan, Yu Jigong and the others were smiling coldly as they looked at the chaotic battlefield. Lu Limo was definitely going to lose. The mortal emperor's seal would fall into the hands of the Yu clan. This time, the mortal emperor would come from the Yu clan. What a pity. If he could become a member of the Yu clan, he would be of great help to us, Yu Bol said in secret. There was a faint smile on his old face, which was cold and sinister. Glass Desert. Sister. In the Lu family, Lu Qingping, Lu Mingma, and the others had a drastic change in expression. Their faces were extremely solemn, and their hearts were in their throats. Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the others stared intently at the chaotic void. Their dark expressions were complicated and slightly serious. Where's the Rock Emperor? Why did he disappear? Suddenly, Jiang Yiting spoke. The Rock Emperor, who had been standing nearby in a daze, had vanished without a trace. Following Jiang Yiting's words, the surrounding young sovereigns were also puzzled. The Rock Emperor had actually disappeared right under their noses. At the same time, the chaotic void above the sacred palace gradually faded away. Finally, under countless gazes, a figure faintly appeared. Yu Ming stepped into the void. The light shield formed by the heavenly origin divine armor rotated in front of him. It was filled with ancient runes. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Just a moment ago, Yu Ming felt that Lu Limo's sword had suddenly disappeared in front of him. It didn't even land on his light shield. However, his punch had clearly landed, but for some unknown reason, the space there was suddenly distorted. The power of his punch was like a stone falling into the sea. It disappeared without a trace, and it didn't even cause any waves. It's Yu Ming. He's fine. Lu Limo has been defeated. When Yu Ming's figure appeared, the entire place was in an uproar. The members of the Yu family even raised their arms and cheered. Is the new emperor really going to fall into the hands of the Yu family this time? The experts of the various major families and forces in the audience murmured with a helpless expression. The matter seemed to have been settled. Yu Ming was fine, but Lu Limo was definitely going to lose. In the entire younger generation of the human race, no one could compete with Yu Ming. Something doesn't seem right. Feng Wanran, the yellow-robed old man, and the others were puzzled at this moment. They seemed to have felt something. Yu Bol also seemed to have sensed something. His old face, which had been smiling sinisterly, began to twitch. In next to no time, the chaotic space was completely restored. When two figures slowly appeared out of thin air before the gazes of the myriad of people, the myriad of gazes in the surroundings were flabbergasted, and wisps of surprise appeared on their faces. Above the void, under countless gazes, Lu Limo's figure appeared. But at this moment, Lu Limo's frail and delicate body was in the arms of a purple-robed young man. He gently hugged her waist, and her soft body was in his arms. At this moment, Lu Limo was completely stunned. Blood flowed out from the corner of her pale lips, adding a tinge of redness to it. Her expression was incomparably shocked as she looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar face in front of her. He was resolute and wise. Looking at him up close, the resolute face and the boundless eyes seemed to have an invisible charm that made her want to continue looking at him. She originally thought that even if she didn't die this time, she would still be severely injured to the extreme. But she didn't expect that he would appear and block everything. At the final moment, his voice rang out in her ears, "Are you courting death?" Above the void, the two figures appeared and hugged the beautiful woman. Yu Ming's pale and handsome face was filled with astonishment and gloominess. "Emperor Rock, it's that Emperor Rock." In the entire square, countless gazes were dumbfounded. But in just a few breaths' time, the temperature in the square rose again. Someone exclaimed. "It's actually the Emperor Rock. It's obvious that he was the one who did it. It's the Emperor Rock." Several members of the Lin family exclaimed in surprise. Their tense expressions instantly turned into pleasant surprise. "It's him." Lu Qingping, Old Lu, Lu Mingma, and the other disciples of the Lu family were also shocked. "It's him, the Emperor Rock. He actually went up directly." Behind the human emperor, the experts from the various families were secretly surprised. So many young sovereigns went up with great difficulty, but he actually went up instantly. "The one who saved me from the demonic ape was you." Above the void, Lu Limo's expression changed. This scene seemed familiar. She recalled that when she was heavily injured by the demonic ape in the Beast Alliance's territory, someone helped her in the end. That person was the Emperor Rock in front of her. Back then, she didn't see his face clearly, so she fainted. But now, this feeling wasn't bad. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He only smiled slightly. Just now, he was comprehending the three swords and was absent-minded. Lu Limo and Yu Ming's last attack woke him up. Who said that the Emperor Rock can't step up and isn't qualified to fight for the human Emperor's seal? He went up. Is the Emperor Rock going to fight with Yu Ming? In the crowd, there was a lot of discussion, and the sound of voices soared to the sky. Especially those with sharp eyes. At this moment, they could see that the Emperor Rock had interfered and withstood the attacks of the two. At this moment, the Emperor Rock was standing in the void without any fluctuation of aura. This was enough to prove that he wasn't simple. It seems that the Emperor Rock deliberately ignored Yu Ming. Looking at the void, someone said. Although they couldn't see clearly what had happened just now, they could guess that the Emperor Rock had blocked everything. The Emperor Rock wasn't afraid of Yu Ming at all. So, he simply ignored Yu Ming. Very special. The human emperor's eyes flickered with golden light. On the square, the number one hero, Feng Wuxia, Ji Qianqing, Ren Yuan, and the others were also looking up in astonishment. At this moment, they knew clearly that even with their talent and strength, they had to face tremendous resistance to be able to reach the top. As for the last attack from Yu Ming and Lu Limo, not to mention the two of them attacking at the same time, even if they were alone, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. But at this moment, the Emperor Rock had interfered and blocked everything. He was unscathed. How could this not shock the group of young Supremes and make them tremble inwardly? He's not afraid at all. He's just too lazy to compete with everyone. This thought emerged in the minds of the number one hero, Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, and the other young Supremes. Judging from everything, the Emperor Rock didn't seem to want to compete with them and didn't treat them as opponents at all. Yu Ming stared at the two people in front of him. Lu Limo was still in his arms. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face in front of everyone. The corner of Yu Ming's mouth twitched a few times. He circulated the profound qi in his body and the light shield in front of him turned into the Tianyuan divine armor once again. His eyes began to emit a sinister light. Good, you finally have the guts to come up. You asked for it. A deep voice came out from Yu Ming's throat like a roar. Cold light surged in his eyes and killing intent swept out. The light on his body was monstrous. In an instant, he leaned forward slightly and formed a seal in his hand. His body moved like lightning and a fist print accompanied by the supreme strength behind him turned into a bolt of lightning. It tore through the space with a mighty force and blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Even Lu Limo was engulfed by it. Chapter 2341. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Yu Ming's instant attack attracted the attention of billions of eyes. A faint smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, but the corners of his mouth curved up coldly. He felt Yu Ming's killing intent. Boom! The punch arrived in an instant, magnified in Du Xiaofu's eyes, and arrived in front of him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu moved. He shook his arm and punched Yu Ming. A faint golden light burst out from his fist. Everything happened too quickly. They collided in an instant. Under billions of eyes, the two fists collided. Crack, crack, under everyone's gaze, Yu Ming's fist, which was covered in heavenly origin divine armor, shattered inch by inch like tofu. Then, it was his wrist, his arm, all the way to his shoulder. Yu Ming's right arm turned into a pool of blood in an instant. The sovereign blood glowed, and the 9 divine rings above his head also shattered and disappeared inch by inch. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered across the sky. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. They were so shocked that they felt cold all over. Yu Ming, who was so powerful, couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. Yu Ming's blood splattered, and his body was sent flying. When he saw the cold killing intent in the latter's eyes, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Fear spread out from the depths of his heart. The other party actually wanted to kill him, but for some reason, the attack just now seriously injured him, but it wasn't enough to kill him. No, I can't lose. The human emperor's seal is mine. As his body was sent flying, this thought flashed through Yu Ming's mind. He couldn't lose. For today, for the sake of obtaining the human emperor's seal, he had prepared for so long. The Yu family had also paid an unimaginable price and resources. He definitely couldn't lose. Boom! When his body was sent flying, Yu Ming gritted his teeth and stopped in the void. His feet stepped on the air, and he forced himself to soar into the sky. He went directly to the top of the sacred palace, wanting to take the human emperor's seal directly. At this moment, many people in the crowd still couldn't recover from their shock. Yu Ming was actually defeated in a single blow. He was seriously injured and couldn't withstand a single blow. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, in the face of Yu Ming's provocation, the Rock Emperor didn't react at all. Some people thought that he was no match for Yu Ming, so they didn't dare to go up. But now, it wasn't that the Rock Emperor didn't dare to go up. It was clear that he had never taken Yu Ming seriously. Lord Rock Emperor is the true sovereign. The Lu family disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They were pleasantly surprised. Not only did Emperor Rock save Glass Mo, but Yu Ming also couldn't withstand a single blow. At that moment, old Lu and Lu Qingping were still in shock, unable to recover from their shock. It turned out that the mysterious Rock Emperor was much stronger than they had imagined. He's actually this strong. Lu Yunma and Lu Hongyu's eyes rippled as their hearts rose and fell. It turned out that he was strong to such an extent that Yu Ming from the Yu family couldn't even withstand a single blow. The experts from the various clans and powers were all astonished. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Feng Wanran, the yellow-robed old man, and the others all had their eyes gleaming. At this moment, the disciples of the Yu clan, Yu Bol, Yu Jigang, and the others, were all dumbfounded. Their originally smiling expressions instantly turned grim and horrified. The number one hero on the square, Ji Qianqing, and the others were even more shocked. They had just come into contact with Yu Ming's current strength. He should be an invincible existence under the Saint Realm. However, in front of the Rock Emperor, he couldn't withstand a single blow. In just an instant, Yu Ming's figure had already soared into the sky and was about to reach the peak of the sacred hall. Yu Ming wanted to take the Emperor's seal. Only by taking the Emperor's seal could he be considered a true victory and qualified to become the new Emperor. Boom! Yu Ming went up with all his might and leaped very high in an instant. However, before he could get close to the Emperor's seal, golden light surged above the sacred hall like a golden sun. The aura was vast and mighty as it swept straight down, carrying with it a mysterious power. It was as if it carried with it endless fate and merged with heaven and earth. Yu Ming's expression changed. After gritting his teeth and stuffing a few pills into his mouth, his severed arm stopped spurting blood. The Tianyuan divine armor on his body glowed as it resisted the imperial palace's dragon chi. Roar, the dragon's roar was like thunder. Amidst the golden light, 9 huge golden dragon phantoms emerged from the void. Only a small part of their bodies were exposed, but they were already incomparably huge. The rest of their bodies seemed to be submerged in the endless golden light of the sky. The 9 golden dragons roared ferociously and moved together. They contained the power of eternity, and their momentum was earth-shattering as if they wanted to suppress and kill all living beings in all directions. Yu Ming's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to sweep out. It surged out in an overwhelming manner in an attempt to resist. The golden dragon phantoms didn't stop at all. Their might surged as they were protected by heaven and earth. They merged with heaven and earth and brought along a powerful pressure that directly crushed Yu Ming's body. This kind of crushing pressure caused the surrounding void to distort. The entire sacred city shook. The hazy golden dragon aura was like endless auspicious light surging. It was extremely terrifying. Pfft! Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The supreme blood glowed as he was forced to retreat. Yu Ming doesn't seem to have the qualifications to be the human emperor. The emperor's seal is rejecting him. An old man from the various major factions whispered. Yu Ming clearly didn't have the qualifications to be the human emperor and was being rejected by the emperor's seal. Yu Bol, Yu Jigang, and the others frowned. Their expressions were extremely serious. I will definitely get it. I'm a supreme nirvana saint and a proud son of heaven. How could I not have the qualifications to be the human emperor? Yu Ming roared. His eyes were already blood red. How could he be willing to take the final step? He had been a proud son of heaven since he was born, a supreme nirvana saint. How could he not have the qualifications to be the human emperor? At the same time as he roared, Yu Ming spat out another mouthful of supreme blood. This mouthful of supreme blood was even more dazzling. This was his blood essence. The blood essence was resplendent and carried with it a vast and mighty force. Mysterious runes interweaved and finally spread out in front of Yu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yu Ming's body once again. A dazzling light exploded like the scorching sun, giving people an incomparable feeling of oppression. It caused the space to become blurry and distorted. It was as if it could sweep across all directions and confront the 9 giant golden dragons. Ao 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 ao, the 9 golden dragon phantoms roared as if they couldn't be provoked. The dragon's roar was like thunder as it directly crushed. Rumble, a terrifying aura rippled, and a large area of the void collapsed and cracked. In an instant, the entire holy city shook as if there was an earthquake. The sound of wind and thunder was deafening, and runes and golden light covered the sky and covered the earth. This is too terrifying. The terrifying pressure and aura caused the pupils of millions of people to shrink and their souls to tremble. Yu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was directly pushed back, and the aura on his body collapsed. However, the imperial palace's draconic chi didn't deliberately suppress him and only pushed him back. It seems that the human emperor's qualifications are insufficient. The human emperor's qualifications are insufficient, and he can't obtain the recognition of the human emperor's seal. It seems that Yu Ming is going to fail. Among the major families and forces, people whispered and smiled. Naturally, everyone was very happy to see that the Yu family couldn't obtain the human emperor's seal. Yu Jigong, Yu Tianzi, and the others looked even more solemn as they stood up nervously. They had been pushed back by the human emperor's seal, and even with their blood essence as a guide, they still couldn't obtain the human emperor's seal's recognition. This was clearly because the human emperor's qualifications were insufficient. The Yu family had done so much and had reached the final step. However, if they couldn't obtain the human emperor's seal's recognition, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Du Xiaofu had already put Lu Limo aside and didn't kill Yu Ming. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to kill him, but that he already had the intention to kill him. However, he could enter the Holy Palace at this moment, and Du Xiaofu didn't want to complicate things. If he killed Yu Ming, there would be a lot of unforeseen events when he wanted to enter the Holy Palace. Today's purpose was only to collect some interest from the Yu family. It was enough to prevent them from obtaining the human emperor's seal. The Imperial Palace's draconic chi, what a rich Imperial Palace's draconic chi. Looking at the rich Imperial Palace's draconic chi, Du Xiaofu was certain. The Imperial Palace's draconic chi in the desolate country was already rich, but compared to the Imperial Palace's draconic chi here, it paled in comparison. The difference was like heaven and earth. It's there. Is that the human emperor's seal? Du Xiaofu was able to see the real thing above the holy palace that was shining with golden light. At the top of the holy palace, a shining golden seal was emitting a monstrous light, like a rising sun. There was a dragon's roar, and it emitted a mysterious and ancient aura. It wasn't the human emperor's seal. It contained the great fortune of the human tribe and gathered the power of faith of the entire human tribe. It was a precious treasure. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that there was some kind of mysterious pulling force that seemed to want to draw him closer. Let's take a look. Maybe I'll gain something from it. Du Xiaofu knew that it was impossible to take away the human emperor's seal, and it was also impossible to absorb the Imperial Palace's draconic chi for his own use. However, the human emperor's seal was an item that condensed the long-lasting fortune of the human tribe. It was worshipped by billions of living beings of the human tribe and gathered the fortune of the human tribe. It contained a mysterious power and endless fortune that merged with heaven and earth. If he could take a look at it, he would definitely gain something. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and he stepped out and headed towards the top of the holy palace. He wanted to take a look at the human emperor's seal. Emperor Rock is going up. Look, it's Emperor Rock. He also wants to fight for the human emperor's seal. Everyone was watching, and someone exclaimed. Emperor Rock finally made a move. He also wanted to fight for the human emperor's seal. Everyone was watching. Lu Limo, the #1 hero, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Feng Wuxia, and the others were all watching. Yu Ming was obviously not a human emperor. Could Emperor Rock succeed? In the seats in front of the holy palace, the experts from the various families and factions were also watching intently. Yu Ming was also not qualified to obtain the human emperor's seal. Would the mysterious Emperor Rock have a chance? Roar! Roar! Du Xiaofu stepped across the void, step by step, as if he was ascending to the heavens. As if sensing Du Xiaofu's aura, 9 huge golden dragon phantoms looked down from the golden light in the sky. The dragons roared like thunder, as if they could resonate with heaven and earth. They formed an extremely powerful and majestic force that swept towards Du Xiaofu with a terrifying force. The 9 huge golden dragon phantoms moved together, and the dragons' tails could not be seen. The imperial palace's draconic chi surged, and the dragon's roar shook the clouds. The golden light was boundless, and the void was distorted. The 9 huge golden dragons seemed to contain an ancient might, and their momentum was earth-shattering, as if they wanted to kill all living beings. Chapter 2342. It's unstoppable. It's too strong. This is the aura of the human emperor. It's unstoppable. In front of the sacred hall, billions of people were trembling. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Some of them had already knelt on the ground in worship. That was the aura of the human emperor. It came from the sacred hall. The hazy aura of the human emperor was surging with endless auspicious light. It was extremely terrifying. It seems different. The yellow-robed elder, Feng Wanran, and the other experts looked at the surging 9 dragon shadows. The aura of the human emperor was obviously different from before. Their expressions changed, and they were puzzled. The eyes of the human emperor were surging with golden light. It was dazzling, and the aura of the human emperor was fluctuating. Brother Rock Emperor, do your best. Lu Mingma's body was trembling. He looked up at the void and clenched his fists tightly. He was very nervous. Lord Rock Emperor, hold on. The people from the Lin family were already trembling under the pressure. However, they were praying in their hearts that the Lord Rock Emperor could succeed. Master. Lin Feng stood in the square and looked up. His body was tall and straight, and his eyes were filled with confidence. His master would definitely succeed. Roar! Roar! The 9 golden dragons surged. The dragon aura of the imperial palace carried the power of heaven and earth. The dragon shadows roared, covering the sky and shattering the void. They instantly suppressed Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and strode forward. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the power of heaven and earth. There was no aura fluctuation in his body. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu knew that the power of heaven and earth carried by the imperial palace's dragon aura seemed to have merged with him. Rumble. The 9 dragons swooped down and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. 9 monstrous golden lights spread out. They breathed out auspicious clouds, swallowed the dragon aura, and roared. The dragon's roar was oppressive and distant, shaking the 9 heavens, causing all beasts and souls to tremble in fear and prostrate themselves before it. Hundreds of millions of living beings trembled in fear. Du Xiaofu finally stood quietly in space. His eyes were still clear on his resolute face, but there was a great might radiating from his body at this moment. Stop! However, under the gazes of millions of people, Du Xiaofu suddenly let out a shout that resounded through the void as he faced the 9 ferocious roars of the golden dragons. Such a voice was like the roar of a dragon in the 9 heavens, like the howl of a divine elephant, and it was material sound waves that surged and surged like a tsunami. It swept towards the surroundings, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, and it was like a series of thunderclaps that resounded through the world. This shocking roar almost caused the space to collapse, causing everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. Accompanied by a golden rune energy ripple, it spread out like a surging ocean, causing the space in the sacred hall to tremble endlessly, causing everyone to feel fear from the depths of their souls. On the seats, the expressions of the experts from the various families and forces changed inwardly. Such a shout contained a type of martial Tao. It was absolutely not simple, and it was extremely majestic. And an even more shocking scene appeared. As Du Xiaofu's shout fell, the 9 golden dragons coiled and stopped above Du Xiaofu's head. The surrounding space was faintly filled with reverence, as if they were facing a supreme emperor among men. What's going on? This scene caused everyone to be shocked, and all of their expressions changed. It seems like even the emperor's aura needs to be respected. What's going on? On the seats, an old man was puzzled and dumbfounded. Could it be that that kid is a supreme emperor, with the emperor's personality? An old man from a large family revealed a shocked expression. The eyes of the emperor, the yellow-robed old man, and the others lit up with astonishment. The 9 golden dragons coiled in reverence, surrounding the void above Du Xiaofu's head. Such a scene shocked everyone, like a miracle, causing millions of people to be dumbfounded. Jiang Yiting, Sun Qin, Lu Yunma, and the others' beautiful eyes were stunned, and their delicate faces changed. Boom! But in just an instant, from the top of the sacred temple, a burst of golden light burst out from the sky. At this moment, the entire sacred temple trembled as if it was alive. The entire sacred city was filled with thunder, and the earth shook. From the top of the sacred temple, within the golden sun, a terrifying pillar of golden rune light spread out. It seemed to connect with the firmament, and then connected with the 9 golden dragon phantoms. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared before the eyes of hundreds of millions of people. Rumble! At this moment, the entire sacred city, both inside and outside, suddenly shook the mountains and the earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in midair. The terrifying pressure that spread out from the depths of the sky made everyone's expression change. This was the momentum of heaven and earth, the pressure of heaven and earth descending. Above the sacred temple, the golden light fluctuated like a rising sun, revealing a mysterious and ancient aura. The pressure spread out inside and outside the sacred city, as if it could resonate with heaven and earth, forming a powerful and majestic force. The entire sacred city trembled, and millions of people looked up at the sacred temple with trembling eyes. Rumble! At this moment, the entire holy city began to rumble and tremble. Endless energy spread out from the depths of the sky, twisting the space. In the end, under countless shocked gazes, the 9 giant dragons roared ferociously again. Ao 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 ao, dragon roars rang out incessantly as 9 enormous golden dragon phantoms soared into the sky. As if they had been injected with new energy, their entire bodies were suffused with an ancient and terrifying aura. Their might shook the heavens. In the end, under countless shocked gazes that trembled incessantly, they condensed into an enormous golden dragon phantom that practically occupied half of the sky. The 9 dragons merged into one, and an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. This was a dragon's roar. The giant golden dragon covered the sky and the sun, and the pressure was enough to destroy everything. It was as if a real dragon had descended. This is the Emperor's aura. It's testing his human Emperor's personality. Looking at the giant golden dragon shadow that occupied the sky, the yellow-robed elder's eyes surged with golden light, dazzling and dazzling. The degree of testing the human emperor's personality seems to be different. Feng Wanran couldn't help but say. When the current human emperor tested the human emperor's personality, he was present and witnessed it with his own eyes, but it wasn't as vast as this. Ao. Ao ao ao. The giant golden dragon's shadow was in the sky, and the dragon's roar was like a tide, as if it wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu. The terrifying pressure was vast and mighty, causing countless people to gasp. Du Xiaofu raised his head, his purple robe fluttering. Facing the giant golden dragon, his clear eyes finally fluctuated. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu was fearless. Instead of retreating, he advanced, step by step, and his eyes began to flicker with golden light. Ao ao, the golden dragon's shadow seemed to be provoked. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the golden light was boundless, distorting the void. It contained a mysterious power, an endless destiny merged with heaven and earth, as if it could resonate with heaven and earth, and wanted to stop Du Xiaofu. Under such a terrifying aura, it was as if the destiny of heaven and earth came crashing down. All the living beings in the holy city trembled, and their bodies went limp. The experts from the major families and forces in the seats were also pale, and their bodies were trembling. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and golden light began to flicker on the surface of his body. Golden arcs began to fill his eyes, and mysterious runes surged and covered his body. A supreme heavenly power spread out from his body. Boom! The golden light was boundless and contained endless destiny, and it merged with heaven and earth. This was the imperial palace's dragon Qi. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was no longer suppressed. The imperial palace's dragon Qi in his body was drawn by the giant golden dragon, and it erupted like a volcano. Human Emperor's Qi, said the Renhuang. At that moment, the golden light in his eyes was like a tidal wave. He knew best that the Renhuang Qi on the Rock Emperor's body was much purer than the Renhuang Qi on his body. It was as if the Renhuang Qi had completely fused with the Rock Emperor. Human Emperor's Qi, that kid has the Human Emperor's Qi. At this moment, the experts from the major families and forces in the seats could no longer remain calm. They were in an uproar. The expressions of the people from the Yu clan changed, and they faintly felt uneasy. I'm also an emperor. How can you suppress me? Du Xiaofu looked at the giant golden dragon and spoke. His voice was like a dragon's roar, and the golden light on his body rose like a sun, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. It affected heaven and earth, and the pressure spread out across the entire holy city. He's also an emperor. What does that mean? An expert whispered, trembling in fear. At this moment, the pressure was definitely that of an emperor. He's also an emperor. Is he provoking the human emperor's Qi? An old man said. How domineering and arrogant this tone was. What an arrogant guy. The number one hero, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and the other young supreme beings were secretly shocked. How arrogant was this tone? Roar. The giant golden dragon seemed to be provoked again. The golden dragon's shadow coiled in the sky and resonated with heaven and earth, forming a powerful and majestic force. The entire holy city trembled. The dragon's claws created clouds, and the golden light was like a tide. The dragon's roar was endless, and it pounced on Du Xiaofu. You want to suppress me? This is a provocation. Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment, the imperial palace's Qi was fluctuating, carrying the barren country's fate and faith. How could it be suppressed? The imperial palace's Qi in his body and the imperial palace's Qi would not agree. This was fate, and it could not be suppressed. At the same time, mysterious talismans appeared on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, and purple lightning suddenly fluctuated. Rumble, all of a sudden, thunderclouds covered the sky above the holy city, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Purple lightning wreaked havoc in the thunderclouds, and an aura that made people's souls palpitate made all living beings fearful. At this moment, Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial veins, and the imperial palace's dragon chi connected with the dazzling purple lightning in the sky. Rumble, suddenly, the sky above the holy palace trembled, and endless pressure filled the sky, forming a vision of heaven and earth. Starting from the holy palace, the vision of heaven and earth spread, causing the rivers to boil and the mountains to shake. Then, in front of countless shocked gazes in the holy city, the young man in purple robes exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. His power was shocking, and thunder coiled around him, and golden light filled the sky. He was like a saint, and the power of heaven filled the air. Golden light filled the sky. At this moment, the thunder martial veins covered Du Xiaofu's body, and a domineering murderous aura filled the sky. An aura that made people's souls palpitate filled the sky, and a majestic pressure filled the sky, making all living beings fearful and unable to resist. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.